Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? It's 4:24 a.m. where I'm at. 6:24 a.m. at the location of Hurricane Ida, as it's getting closer and closer to the forecasted landfall. Good morning, everybody. It is Sunday, August 29th. Just watching as Category 4 Ida's making landfall. Got to check something, guys, here. Hold on. Trying to get this thing configured right. All right, hang on with me just a second, okay? We're going to look at various positions of the landfall from different angles. It's probably just a couple hours out. Believe it or not, high tide occurred a couple hours ago there along the coast, so that would definitely influence the storm surge totals. Good morning, Nicholas. High tide is kind of like retreating now, but nevertheless, it would have been better if this thing would have made landfall or at any capacity like it is right now during low tide. And it's not. I'll show you the chart. Good morning, guys. I'm running a lot of windows here, so just bear with me. I'll hop in the chat here every once in a while, okay? I appreciate everybody stopping by. I want to show you the high tides for this exact area. And you can see for yourself, Grand Isle high tide chart for August 29th. And high tide occurred, its peak, or it began at 4:23 a.m., and that would be local time for this area. And still not out of it yet. It's right there. High tide is there. So you can see we're in the high tide cycle. And we're also in this position right here with regard to the strengthening hurricane. Last I checked 20 minutes ago, it was Category 4, which that was anticipated. There's even talk of a possible Category 5. Suppose it could be there along the coastline, that escarpment. The water's shallow, so even though the water's getting stirred up by the storm right now, the warm waters are deep in that area. A lot of times a big hurricane, can stir up the waters and generate cooler water, bring cooler water to the top. Well, along the coast of Louisiana and Florida for that matter, I'll show you here on Google Earth. You guys are all familiar, like with these escarpments here. That's what these are called. These areas around the coast, all around Florida, that's called an escarpment, and the water's shallow here. So this storm is here. Let me remove this feature. I was measuring it yesterday when it was like 100 and, I don't know, 10 miles offshore. Now it's less than 100 miles offshore. See, this water's warm at a considerable depth in through here. So even though it stirs up the water, it's going to stay warm. And one thing, a couple things that weren't being considered, this area is a marshy area. Okay, and you can see there's water well inland. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes a hurricane can make a landfall, even though, it's not over particularly, pavement and trees and forest. This is a marshy area that's still wet, and they've had an abundance of rain this year, from what I understand. Their rainfall total is like 20 inches above average. So the brown ocean effect could very easily occur here. And what I mean by that is when this storm does officially make landfall, this eye wall that's, oh wow, it's probably about 50 miles offshore. When it does make landfall, it may think it's still over water, because the very southern end of Louisiana is surrounded, and filled with a lot of marsh and water. And that water, too, is very warm. So, for a few miles inland, it could remain a hurricane, in my humble opinion, all the way up to Baton Rouge. 100 miles inland. Those are my calculations based off of, different things that I've taken into consideration. Here's a camera. Where are we at here? Show you guys some live perspectives as sunrise is coming up. A lot of these areas here, in the very near future, few hours, could see a lot of standing water. I think we're in the, let me look, Homa area. Okay, that's over by Slidell. They could see standing water too over here by Slidell. Anywhere from 3 feet to 6 feet, possibly 9 feet. And that's just the storm surge. It doesn't include potential rainfall, which that remains to be determined. Looking at the I-10, this is a spillway. Watching the waves here in this area. Now I'm over in Homa. I pronounced it Huma earlier, and I apologize for that. It's Homa. And over here in Homa, I'm going to show you a map of possible, and again, I use the word possible because it hasn't occurred yet. It's forecast, and as we've talked about before, forecasts can and will change, but it's getting pretty close now to landfall. So, more than likely, these totals, if landfall does proceed, like it's forecasted, this area here in Homa could see a lot of standing water. They really could. High winds are going to be dealing with the eye wall in some capacity. Here's a street. This is Bond Street, Louisiana, in Homa, looking southbound. So we would be looking right in the direction of the storm. See the camera starting to move. I'm going to show you a camera that's already bouncing as these outer bands. You can see waves starting to pick up there. There was a camera earlier. I'll find it. It was already starting to bounce in a big way. I think it was, no, it's not that one. I'll find it. But cameras are starting to bounce. We're going to find them, the ones on the bridge especially. as this thing starts to make landfall. So here we go. It's another area in the, I think this is Slidell, no, Bio Blue. This is Homa you're looking at right there. Here's another radar look. This is an infrared look at the storm. Boy, it's getting very, very close. Eye wall did become defined throughout the overnight hours. I mean, it's not a perfect eye wall, but it will probably get even more defined probably in the next hour as that outer band starts to make landfall. Well, there you can see a different look. The eye wall looks more defined here. Look at that. Wow, that's a big, powerful storm. And remember, the high tide is kind of, it's not at its peak. High tide is not at its peak right now, but high tide just occurred in that area. So there's already water up in these waterways and intercoastal waterways. So these high winds are only going to exacerbate the possible storm surge totals as we move throughout the morning and early afternoon hours. Here you can see Category 4 storm. Right now, they're saying a possible Category 5 as this thing gets closer. And it's because of the warm waters. And you can see, look here, predicting, and this isn't me, this is a forecasting model predicting a Category 1 hurricane near Baton Rouge. Say what? See, that's that brown ocean effect. That's what I was talking about. See the red line by the 4? That's telling you that it's forecasted to still be a Category 4 after landfall. It's not going to make landfall under normal circumstances. This is a very wet, marshy area, and the water is very warm. So this thing could sense that it's still over water and maintain, a little bit of its strength well inland. And it looks like it's going to. They've got this as a Category 1, 100 miles inland. And that's very possible, guys. I was involved with Hurricane Charlie, and Hurricane Charlie was a Category 5, I believe, at landfall, and ended up coming to my area as a Category 2, 150 miles inland. And that was right down in, I'll show you where it was at. Okay, if you can see my cursor. Yeah, you can see my cursor. Okay. Charlie made landfall down here, okay? And it was a small Cat 5. Hurricane Charlie was probably as big as the center of rotation right here, okay? I mean, Hurricane Charlie wasn't even near this big, but it was a strong, compact storm. And I think that was to its advantage when it made landfall. It stayed together all the way up into central Florida. Yeah, check out power to hundreds of thousands of people in my area, way up here, 150 miles inland. And the same thing could happen here quite easily, especially in this marshy area. This is in the Homa area. Could see a lot of water here. I want to show you the possible flood inundation map. This is, okay, we'll go to the Homa area, and that's where that camera was at. Right there. Okay. Yeah, that's Homa. Okay, the sun's coming up. It's 6:37 a.m. in Homa. Okay, and here is the potential storm surge flood map for this area. I'll show you guys the peak surge that they're anticipating, and I'm sure that the high tide situation has something to do with this. Check this out. 12 to 16 feet right there at the mouth of the Mississippi. Bay St. Louis, 4 to 7, 6 to 9, 8 to 12, right in this area here. Okay. Lake Pontchartrain, 5 to 8 feet. And these are estimates, okay? These are forecasts, so they can and will change. Could be lower, could be higher. Over here by in between Morgan City and Port Fourchon, 8 to 12 feet. Morgan City itself, 6 to 9 feet. And this is right along the coast, guys. Burns Point, 4 to 6 feet. And then as we move farther to the west, Intracoastal City, 2 to 4 feet. Pecan Island, I don't know, somewhere between 1 and 3 and 2 to 4 feet. And then Sabine Pass, 1 to 3 feet. And then if we go inland and look at the potential totals, okay, here's Houma. That's this area right here. Okay, we're watching this in real time, essentially. Okay, so the camera's right here, and that area could see, you see a lot of orange and a lot of yellow, a lot of red. The red is outside of town. So the red, if we go to Houma, I'll show you guys where we're at. Okay, this is the area right here. And you can tell that's a very densely populated area. A lot of people live there. I hope a lot of people evacuated. Bayou Cane, Bayou Blue, Houma. Okay, this is where we're at. So right now they're anticipating the outlying areas of Houma to see the red? Okay. The red greater than 9 feet above normally dry ground. Okay, and that does not include, 6, 7, 8, I don't know, 9 inches of rain. Who knows how much rain this could see? I mean, we could look at a rainfall total map, I suppose, right here. Let's just look and see. And these are, again, just totals. It's not going to unfold like this perfectly. Okay. And there you can see what they're anticipating. Oh, wow. A lot of rain in the New Orleans area. And then, of course, where the landfall is around Grand Isle. So the bright pink, there you see it. Bright pink is, oh, wow. What? Oh, my. Okay. Well, this is from the experts, not me. Yeah, this is 15 to 20 inches of potential rainfall in this area here. Okay. The red is 10 to 15 inches. You can see the graph for yourself right there. Wide area of 10 to 15. And then the orange expanding all the way up to Jackson, Mississippi, 6 to 10. And more than likely, these totals have gone up, which they did. Yesterday, when I looked at these rainfall totals, they weren't quite this large. I mean, they were big, don't get me wrong, but they didn't cover such a wide area. The reason for the increase is it's slowing down in speed. Lake Charles, you seem to be right on the edge. So, I know a lot of people are still trying to get their homes rebuilt. And I think, if everything goes the way it's supposed to with regard to this landfall and everything, I don't think you'll be impacted, directly at least. But back to Houma. Let me zoom in a little closer. Okay, you can see that the blue represents greater than 1 foot above ground. Okay, not too bad. I mean, still flooding, but the yellow and orange, greater than 3 feet, greater than 6 feet above ground. So there's a wide area of 3 to 6 feet of storm surge. That does not include the rainfall total, guys. Does not include the rainfall totals. That is Bayou Blue, I think, right over there. Let me see. Okay, Bayou Blue is up here, and that would be, what, north and east of Houma? I'm not exactly sure where Bayou Blue sits, but there are some, areas of red in that particular spot, and that indicates possibly greater than 9 feet above normally dry ground. That's just what the map's showing, guys. I didn't make up the map. This came from the professionals at the National Hurricane Center. See New Orleans surrounded by the levee. No water with regard to storm surge anticipated, but still it has to deal with a very large, possibly very large amount of rainfall. So looking at what's this, Bay St. Louis over here in southern Mississippi. All right. Okay, the orange, quite a bit of orange in that area. Orange again, greater than 6 feet above normally dry ground. This area right here, I looked already on Google Earth yesterday, and this is west of Bay St. Louis. And you can see a lot of yellow and a lot of orange. The yellow is 3 feet above normally dry ground, and the orange is 6 feet above normally dry ground. And I think the way that they calculate these potential totals obviously is based off of their relation to sea level. So some of these areas might be a little lower with regard to sea level than others. There's over here on the east side now. Yesterday, this side here was not even color-coded. Now it's got a lot of orange, a lot of yellow, and a lot of blue. Blue is greater than 1 foot, yellow greater than 3, orange greater than 6. Once again, that is around Bay St. Louis, and that's going all the way up in those canals. That would be in the Diamond Head area, Kiln area. And then you go over to the Slidell area. See the map for yourself. Quite a bit of orange right near. This is Lake Pontchartrain. And this is the bridge that spans between New Orleans and then eastern Louisiana. And this is Slidell. Slidell is looking at, and this again is just a potential. Could be more, could be less. Anywhere from 1 feet, greater than 1 feet, to greater than 6 feet above normally dry ground. Lot of orange right next to Lake Pontchartrain, and that indicates above 6 feet. And then you go over here south of Slidell. Here's Slidell. South of Slidell, this area is probably lower than sea level. That's why you see red, which is greater than 9 feet. Just a pretty big deal, and you can tell right where it's going to make landfall. That whole area is red. So here it comes. And again, the high tide for this area, August 29th. Peak high tide was at 4:23 a.m. local time, and it's now 6:46 a.m. And you can see the high tide chart. Up we go. High tide is still kind of, working its way out. All right, this is Houma. And you can see the wind starting to pick up a little bit in Houma. This area here will more than likely be flooded based off of what we see here, to some degree, whether it's 3 feet, 6 feet. There's a big area outside of the community out here, which would be Intercoastal Waterway, Mandalay National Wildlife Refuge. All this area here could possibly see Intercoastal Waterway. That's what's going to happen. Those intercoastal waterways will fill up with water and then overflow into the marshes, and that's where they're coming up with these reds. That's above 9 feet. So, just a big heads up if you're in that area. That's all. It's pretty big deal. This is over at windy.com. This is just one of the many landfall models, but it's getting very, very close. So more than likely it's going to unfold very similar to what we're seeing right now, because we are just less than probably 3 hours from an official landfall. It is going to occur on August 29th. You can see this one's showing wind gusts of 140, 130. That's consistent with what we're seeing. You can look at some other models that show the same thing. They're all starting to come into alignment with each other, just how it works. This one's showing a larger wind field, which it is. It's a pretty good sized storm. There's one showing 150. See that? 150 mile an hour gusts. That would be coming into the Port Sulphur area, Grand Isle, and then moving up towards Houma, right up through this area here. Baton Rouge could easily see 100 mile an hour gusts. Easily. The power outages will probably extend all the way up into northern Louisiana, especially southern Louisiana. Obviously, I mean, it's going to be interacting with a very strong aspect of nature. That's a Category 4 hurricane. And even if it stays as a Cat 4, that's a big deal, guys. That is a very big deal. So we'll be watching the power outage situation. In fact, we'll go to the power outage map, which is right here. And it's already starting. A few people in Louisiana, just over 10,000. We can click on the map to see where those are located. Yeah, that's consistent with the hurricane. See there? St. Tammany Parish, 4,400. And then down here in Plaquemines, Mines, 1945. And then scattered in between. So the power outages are already starting, guys. And they're going to extend well north. This storm's going to maintain some strength as it makes landfall. Absolutely. I was in Hurricane Charlie, and it made landfall. And it took several hours for that storm to weaken. It by no means just instantly stopped, and no. I was 150 miles inland, and that thing took power out to hundreds of thousands of people that were without power for a month. They were friends of mine. My power lines where I lived were underground, and honestly, they were not affected. We didn't have power outages, maybe for 5 seconds? They did flicker, I will say that. But anything with above ground power lines, could definitely have a hard time. You can see power poles right here. Look, see the power poles? There they are. There's one right there. Power lines. You're looking at them right there. The lights are on right now, but anytime you tangle with a Cat 4 hurricane, it usually easily handles, above ground power lines. I will say that the below ground ones do quite well. Yes, do quite well. Looking at a camera here, this is in the, let's see where we're at. This is in the Slidell area, okay? Slidell could see quite a bit of rainfall and storm surge and everything that goes along with a major hurricane. Just watching these, you can see the water starting to get agitated here at the spillway. Here's another view as the sun's coming up, starting to see white caps out here. There was one camera earlier that was literally starting to bounce, and that was see if I can find it. That was a big indication that the winds were definitely arriving. Now we're out over Lake Pontchartrain, Twin Spans. Let's see if it was that one. I'm not sure if it was this one or this one. Yeah, you can see conditions are starting to deteriorate, starting to see the white caps, the water getting stirred up. Okay, it wasn't that one. I think maybe it was this one here. Got a lot of windows open. This is the I-10 Twin Spans. Yeah, that camera may have went out because it was bouncing earlier. Let's see if what this one's doing. It's not there. There we go. Let's go back to this one here. You can see it's starting to rain. Starting to see white caps on the water. It's Lake Pontchartrain. And those people would be departing. Wait a minute. What? Wow. Okay, they're going into the New Orleans area. Oh. Let's check this one out here. It's taking just a second. I've got so many windows open here. Yeah, this is one of the cameras that was bouncing around considerably. Be interesting to see, how they hold up against a Cat 4. And there's talk of a Category 5 landfall. Right now, it's still showing a Category 4, and it is very, very close. Very close to landfall. I mean, probably less than, 3 hours out? Right now, it is 6:55 a.m. in Louisiana. Cat 4 just off the coast. Possible Category 1 all the way up to Beaumont. Looking at Google Earth. I'm sorry, not Wait a minute, is that Beaumont? Not Beaumont. Baton Rouge. Category 1 all the way up to Baton Rouge, right in here. I could see that. Considering an abundance of rainfall for the year, ground overly saturated, and a lot of it is very marshy, warm, wet soil. So that can create a phenomenon known as the brown ocean effect. It's happened before. There's examples of it all over the world. Doesn't happen very often, but it has happened here in the Gulf of Mexico area. It's happened in Australia. Storm in Australia actually strengthened after it made landfall, because the area that it made landfall had been drenched weeks earlier from heavy, heavy flooding. And then, of course, it was in the summertime. It was very, very hot. So that particular part of the land was warm and wet. So the eye wall of the storm could not differentiate the water from the land because it was so wet and warm. It's rare, but it does happen. It has happened. It's been years ago, but I saw it with a hurricane in this area. It did maintain its strength for a period of time after landfall. It didn't just immediately come down to a tropical storm. Okay, we are back in the Bayou Cane. Okay, this is the Houma area. And this area here that we're looking at right now could possibly see anywhere from 3 feet to 6 feet of storm surge in this area that we're looking at right at the moment. Hopefully that won't happen, but it kind of looks inevitable from the direction this thing's headed. It's going to push a lot of water in because we're in between the high tide cycles. That influences this every single time. And it doesn't get talked about enough, but that's one of the big influencers of storm surge totals. And that's why I'm pretty confident that's why they raised the storm surge totals. Because yesterday, don't get me wrong, they were still high in this area. You can see that camera starting to bounce right there. And that's in Houma. See the camera starting to bounce? Winds are starting to rise. That's one of them outer feeder, outer bands. But, they raised the initial storm surge totals right here along the coast. Let's say peak surge. I'm sure why they did that. That number went up from 11 to 15 to 12 to 16. These were 7 to 11, and now they're 8 to 12. 8 to 12 over, Okay, that's a big deal, guys. So that's just a big deal. You need to be ready for that. But the reason they did that is because of this right here. See the high tide cycle? Low tide isn't until, look up here, 3:36 p.m. Okay, so right now we're still kind of in the high tide area with 150-mile-an-hour winds shoving that stuff. See the camera starting to bounce. That's why they raised the totals, because this thing didn't slow down, I guess, near as much. I think it went from 16 miles an hour forward progress to 12. I think that's where it's at. Let's look. Let's take a look. This is at the National Hurricane Center. Forward movement. Okay. See, it's still moving along at a pretty good clip. 15 miles per hour is probably what? Average? Maybe just a little bit above average. Looks like they're anticipating this thing to slow down, which that happens. But right now, the wind speed is still at 15 miles per hour. So if it's 45 miles offshore, then it will make landfall in 3 hours exactly at 15 miles per hour. So that will be kind of as the high tide is starting to level off and going into the low tide aspect of the cycle, which would help. That would be great. You bet. That's a good thing. Anytime a hurricane of significant strength makes landfall, and even not necessarily that strong, because remember, hurricanes push down naturally. The force of the hurricanes, especially the eye wall, pushes down, where a hurricane, with regard to a tornado, tornadoes pull up. Tornadoes are like a vacuum, even though they're both vortexes. The vortex of a tornado pulls things up into the air, where a hurricane, yeah, it has winds, a wind field that blow things horizontally, but overall the storm pushes down. That's where the storm surge component comes in. So the high tide is something, and low tide are something that should always be considered in regards to landfall and storm surge. It has to be. It's a major contributing factor to how much storm surge there's going to be. What tide cycle is it in? Is it low tide? Is it high tide? Is it in the middle? Well, this one kind of happens to be kind of in the still high tide cycle right now. But as it officially makes landfall, it will be in between the high and low tide, more in the low tide section, which is definitely good. That's a good thing. Even though there's nothing really good about a Cat 4, if it has to come in, thankfully it's kind of at a low tide area, which is great. But boy, that thing has an unbelievable satellite presentation. Last time I saw it, it was aesthetically large. You know, it was occupying a lot of space. Now it's more condensed. That center of rotation, wow, I don't know, what is that? Probably, the eye wall is probably 20 miles wide. That entire center of rotation around the eye wall where you see all that black, that's probably 60 miles wide, maybe a little bit more. That's very intense, where you see the black right on the edge of the black and orange. Very, very intense stuff there. That's where you're getting your big wind gusts. Wind gusts of well over 100 mile an hour in the black. Especially that white. Wow. That thing is reaching way up into the atmosphere right there. It's got some strong convection, big deep eye wall forming there. So yeah, it's going to be a big, powerful storm. Just be prepared, you know. Look at the camera starting to shake now. This is in Houma. And it's still offshore. Hasn't made landfall yet. This is an outer band coming into Houma, Louisiana. You can start to see a little bit of rain coming down. See the raindrops on the camera lens? It's 7:02 a.m. in Houma, Louisiana. Winds are starting to increase. You can see the camera starting to sway back and forth. And water is supposed to come into this area here. Where are we at? Let me take a look at the inundation map once again. This particular area here, which would be South Homa? I'm sorry, Homa. My bad. South Homa. So we're looking at this area here. So it could be anywhere from, it's mostly green, I'm sorry, it's mostly orange and yellow, greater than 3 feet and greater than 6 feet, right in there. That's where we're at, right here. So this area throughout the day could accumulate 3 to 6 feet of storm surge, and I don't know how much rainfall. Quite a bit. Especially if the storm slows down. If it slows down, then there'll be more rainfall. If it stays at this speed, then, probably whatever they're predicting, they're basing it off of its current wind speed. If it slows down, then there'll be more rain because it'll stall. That's what happened to Hurricane Harvey. Hurricane Harvey stalled, and then you had these drastic rainfall totals. As long as they keep moving, yeah, they're tropical storms, and they carry a lot of water. That's just what they do. But as long as they're moving, pretty quickly, then it minimizes the amount of rainfall compared to like a Harvey that stalled over here and sat there for 24 hours and rained at rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour. Had produced staggering rainfall totals, just unheard of. This one's not going to do that, okay? It's moving. It's going to keep moving. It's just a matter of how fast it's going to keep moving. But they're showing over here as this thing being a hurricane up by Baton Rouge, either a 1 or I think it's got it as a 1. Yeah, and that's 24 hours from now. So a Category 1... 24 hours from now, according to this forecast, that'd be 7 o'clock in the morning, Louisiana time. Tomorrow, this thing could be a Category 1 hurricane up in the Baton Rouge area, right in there. One thing you got to keep in mind is the right-hand side of this storm coming up into easily occupying big parts of Mississippi, parts of Alabama. You know how these things are. Once it makes landfall, then starts to spread out, then that creates the possibility for tornadoes well away from the center of rotation. I saw that with Hurricane Francis. There were tornadoes spawning all over Central Florida, well away from the eye wall. So this one will probably be the same. That energy is spreading out. So look for tornadoes, or the possibility of tornadoes in Alabama, later on tonight and tomorrow once this thing makes landfall, well over into this area. Heavy rain through Mississippi, obviously heavy rain through northern Louisiana. I mean, you're looking at double-digit rainfall totals up in those areas, I think. Let's take a look. Let's look at potential flash flooding. Oh, yeah. See, there's your flash flooding possibilities all the way up through Mississippi. Wow, this thing has an unbelievable presence. Look at that. That's a high. Look at that. Surrounding Lake Pontchartrain, including Slidell, New Orleans, Homa. That's flash flooding. Pretty much guaranteeing it. Potential rainfall. Yeah, well, look, in northern, up by Jackson, Mississippi, that's right on the edge of orange, or actually it's in orange, but on the edge of orange and yellow. 4, 6, up to 10 inches of rain, and that would be in south central Mississippi, going over to Alabama, southwestern Alabama, Mobile, orange, 6 to 10. And that's down around Bay St. Louis, and you're looking at some possible flash flooding, not flash flooding, well, yes, flash flooding, but storm surge on both sides of Bay St. Louis. And according to this map, New Orleans is going to be trying to manage a lot of water from storm surge and from the sky. So we'll see how those new pumps work out. Hopefully they'll work out fantastic. You know what I mean? Here's the storm surge warning map, which it was like this yesterday. This entire area looks like it may have expanded a little bit over here into eastern Mobile. There's Bay St. Louis. That's going up into Mobile, Alabama. Storm surge warning. So that's how wide the storm is. Those outer bands going up into that area. I think Slidell will probably see quite a bit of water as well. You know, hopefully not, but I mean, this is a big, strong storm. There's the rainfall totals once again there. Here's windy map showing a big center of rotation. You know, again, that's several miles wide. Showing the same thing here, same area, going into the Grand Isle area. That's right now, basically. This is Houma. We're looking at a camera right now in Houma. This is a camera over in the, where are we at here? Pearl River. This is over in the Slidell area. See, conditions are starting to getting dark now. It was getting light. Now it's getting dark in some areas. Still waiting on the rain to arrive, but a lot of this area here could see water coming up in just a few hours. A lot of water. Most people evacuated yesterday. There were a lot of people that evacuated yesterday. This is back over in Houma, Louisiana, right there. Oh, this is on the Twin Span Bridge. We're looking. See, it's starting to bounce. Starting to bounce. Waters are starting to get a little more active. I think we're looking towards New Orleans. The vehicles are heading out of New Orleans. So we're looking west. Vehicles are heading east towards the eastern Louisiana, Mississippi border. This picture right here is going to change considerably over the next few hours. It'll be interesting to see if these hold up. Strong storm coming. See what this one looks like. Yeah, this one's going into, this one's heading east. These vehicles here heading east. And this is the westbound lane, which there's not a lot of traffic in the westbound lane, which is good. 7:11 a.m. at this location in southern Louisiana. This is above Lake Pontchartrain, the southern end of Lake Pontchartrain. In fact, I'll show you exactly where this is at. Right here. This location. Right there. On that bridge, the Twin Spans. It's an I-10 connection between New Orleans and eastern Louisiana. That's where you're at. Right there. On Google Earth. That's the bridge. That's what you're looking at right here. In fact, that's the exact direction you're looking. You're looking towards the Mississippi area. See if I can get an update here, guys. Right now, it's still a Cat 4. It's pretty close to land. So when they get this close to land, here's the thing: that right front quadrant, especially the northern quadrant of the storm, is already over land. Even though we're going to have a slight influence of the brown ocean effect, it still kind of affects the overall mechanics of the storm because part of it's over land. So I don't know if this thing will become a Category 5 or not. It's already a Category 4, but Becoming a Category 5, that's it's a pretty tall order when part of it's already over land. So I don't know. Let's take a look at this one. Yeah, this one right here. You know, I suppose it could. We'll have to wait and see. I don't know. I know it's more organized this morning than it was when I went to bed last night. It's got a very defined eye wall. Did you see that? Look at this eye wall. Yeah, that's a strengthening hurricane, guys. Sure is. Let's see if it's been updated. I don't know if it has or not. Nope, still showing Category 4. A big Category 4. Wow. Let's go ahead and look closer. That's a large storm, so that's going to definitely impact southern Mississippi as well. Southern Mississippi, and Slidell is going to get it from both sides. Slidell is going to get it from Lake Pontchartrain and then get it from the east as well with the right quadrant component. Wind coming in horizontally from the east at who knows how, at what types of speeds. 80, 90, I don't know, 100. This is a big storm. So, power outages, let's refresh. Got to keep up with this because more than likely this is going to increase throughout the day. It's like St. Tammany Parish right now, which is in the Slidell area. Well, yeah, I think that's in the Slidell area. Seeing power outages already, and we're not at landfall, official landfall yet. You can see there's 12,000 customers right now without electricity in Louisiana. And look for that to extend over into Mississippi easily. Easily. There were storms yesterday, again, up in the northern tier. Michigan, again, dealing with power outages. I've been following that, guys. In fact, I mentioned that storm that could potentially occur in Minnesota and Wisconsin earlier in the week. And it looks like it did arrive. I mentioned the flash flooding, but looks like once again the high winds have created power outages for the good guys and gals up in Michigan. Hang in there, guys. These power lines, the grid needs updated. The power lines should be underground, but I understand why they keep them above ground because communities change. So it's easier to move an above ground power grid than it is to move a below ground power grid. Once the lines are installed in the ground, that's pretty permanent. So if they make an investment, like say in this area here, and the business is closed and everybody moves for whatever reason, well, a lot of times this grid can be moved with it. But if they're underground, then that's it's a permanent investment. But, during storms, the power, I know from experience, I was in a strong hurricane. When everybody around my area that had above ground power lines, they came down. I watched the transformers light the sky up blue for hours. Yep. And it took so long, I mean, even a half a day without power seems like an eternity. Can you imagine going, 24 hours? Hold on a second, guys. Okay. I'm still here, guys. I'm just looking at something. Okay. There we go. I'm just looking at the chat, guys. I'm trying to do this by myself right now, 'cause I'm an early riser. I get up early, so just be cool. All right, be kind. I've been following hurricanes most of my adult life. It's just something I do. I guess mainly because I've experienced, a hurricane, been in a hurricane, actually been in multiple hurricanes, so I try to help if I can, whatever way I can, So just be kind, that's all I ask. But here's the possible storm surge flooding map for the area of the highest impact. You can see all the colors represent some degree of water, whether it be greater than 1 foot, greater than 3 foot, greater than 6 foot, or greater than 9 feet above normally dry ground. And that's the key words there, above normally dry ground. Not like, 9 feet, in an intercoastal canal. Well, 9 feet on top of what that canal normally is. This is above normally dry ground. In fact, all the color areas you see, that's all they're talking about. They're not talking about canals. They're talking about above normally dry ground. And that extends well over into, what's this area here? There's a lot of red. This would be Killian. I think this is on the north and east side. Wait a minute. That'll be on the northwest side of Lake Pontchartrain. This area over in here. See all the orange? And even the red. Man, that red, that's above 9 feet, guys. Wow. I remember a storm. There's Mandeville. I think Mandeville itself looks pretty good. But that's right along the edge of Lake Pontchartrain. You can see Slidell. Widespread. Get right along that canal there. You can see above 6 feet. And then the further away from that canal was like greater than 3 feet. And then, of course, the blue is greater than 1 foot. And the farther over here you go, you're looking at red and orange, which, again, is the 6 and 9. Let's see if this thing's been updated yet. Still right now, Category 4. And according to this, remaining a Category 4 for several minutes after landfall. My goodness. But as of right now, not a Category 5. Let's see if there's any wind shear. Nope. See the green bars on the green lines? That indicates an environment that is conducive for the formation of tropical storms. So that's allowing that thing, everything, at least to its advantage, to strengthen, because there's no wind shear above the storm. The wind shear is over here. See the red? That's wind shear. Those influence storms. They cause the storms to lean and become, unsymmetrical or whatever. When you see a storm that's lopsided, it's because of this right here. See the red? That's what makes a tropical storm lopsided. That stuff right there. You don't see any there. That's why the storm has that classic hurricane shape to it, because there's no wind shear. And it's blown all the dry air away from it. Look at that. Has an unbelievable presence in this area. The orange you see, the orange and yellow, that's dry air. Sometimes dry air can get pulled into a rotating storm and cause it to also become discombobulated, or it'll lose its shape. This has a classic hurricane shape, and that doesn't seem to be affecting the storm right now at all. Oh, wow. Look at that. There's the intensity of the storm, the central low pressure, and they get them from 3 different locations here. And I'm at the University of Wisconsin, and they're showing one at 931 millibars. And this is right now. One at 947 millibars, and one at 941 millibars. So that's pretty strong. That's definitely consistent with Category 4 territory. Absolutely. Absolutely. So we'll see what it does when it makes landfall, but, you know, Cat 4, Cat 5, I hope it's not a Category 5. Remember Hurricane Michael made landfall as a Category 5 not too long ago in 2018. Hopefully it doesn't do that. We don't want to see that. Oh, boy. Okay, well, just be ready, guys. That's all. Prepare for the worst, hope for the best, and, you know, hopefully it goes somewhere in between. That's all you can do. If you're still in this area, hopefully you're not, but if you are, prepare for the worst, hope for the best, and somewhere in the middle is maybe the best we can do. This is over the bridge again. I showed you guys the bridge that this camera's on, which is right in here. These conditions are going to be in the right front quadrant of the storm any minute. Well, it's starting to make landfall now with regard to the outer bands, not the core. The core is still a few hours away from landfall. And that would be the central low where it's at 900, let's say 40 millibars. Woo, that's strong. That's going to have a lot of wind. So what you're looking at now are just the impacts of the outer bands, which right now on this bridge, which is right here, that's where we're at. I'll pull out so you can see exactly where we're at with regard to the storm. Go back into 3D. Okay. Storm is here, and that camera is still a little bit away from the storm. Camera's right here on the twin span. There's 3D, now down to 2D. This is where we're at right here. So it'll be interesting to see if the camera holds up, you know, during landfall. You know, down here in this part of the world, they design things that are outdoors with hurricanes in mind. You know, it's a hurricane-prone part of the world. These people are used to hurricanes, and you know, they've been through many hurricanes. I've been through hurricanes. I don't live in that part of the world anymore, but you know, yeah, it's a calculated risk. You know, if you stay, I get it. Some people, you know, an option to leave isn't an option. You know, so you have to stay. I get that. I totally do. Absolutely. You know, we're going to look out for you the best we can. But I understand. I really do. You know, it's very expensive to just up and leave. You know, you got to go find a hotel if you can find one. You know, $100, $200 a night. You know, it gets expensive. Then all your meals, pretty much, you're eating out, and you go through a lot of resources. So you stay at the, you know, your homestead, and you know, a lot of times it works out. But we'll have to see with this one because those storm surge totals are pretty intimidating. I mean, you see something that's being forecasted for, you know, what, 16 feet? Let's go back and look at it once again. Let me see here. Got a cameras. Cameras are starting to bounce a little bit, guys. That tells us that the winds are getting stronger. This area here is over by Slidell. It's kind of bouncing around. Yeah, that's by Slidell. Here's another one in the Slidell area. There's another one in the Slidell area. See some rain starting to come in there. Rain there. Can't get anything there. Doesn't surprise me. Okay. Whoop. Sorry about that, guys. There we go. It's over by Slidell. Go back to that storm surge map. Okay, there's the possible inundation map. And it goes over into southern Mississippi, over into Biloxi. You know, can see areas of the yellow is greater than 3 feet above ground in the Big Lake area. Not so much over by the Bay of Biloxi, but a little bit. You know, Ocean Springs could see greater than 3 feet above ground. Gulf Park Estates. That's in southern, Alabama, right? No? Yeah. Well, Gulfport, Mississippi. So they'll feel the impacts of this very large strengthening storm. What was I looking for? Oh, yeah. I was looking for peak surge. Yeah, 12 to 16 feet, 8 to 12 feet near the eye wall. Another 8 to 12 feet there. I mean, that's a 50-mile span. Wow. That's a pretty big deal, guys. A pretty big deal. For sure. No joke. There's Homa. I'm sorry. Why do I pronounce that Homa? My bad. It's Homa. Homa, Louisiana. Somebody there making rounds. That truck went by there earlier. 7:31 a.m. in this location. You can see the camera starting to bounce around a little bit, which it's certainly going to. Here as we move forward throughout the morning, cameras are going to start bouncing around a lot. Already showing wind gusts of 150 mile an hour. Offshore. You see this camera starting to bounce out on the bridge between New Orleans and, say, Slidell. Traffic you see is eastbound. They're heading towards Slidell over into, I don't know where they're going, but I know they're heading east. Let's just put it that way. They're heading towards the Mississippi area, looks like, which is good. So it's going to be a long duration event, guys. This thing is forecasted to slow down a little bit. More than likely throughout the day. If you're in this area, you'll be feeling the impacts of Hurricane Ida all day long, throughout the day. High winds, heavy rain off and on, you know. As those bands move through, that's how hurricanes work. But the high tide, what time is it? 7 a.m. See, we're still, high tide is in retreat, but it's still in the high tide area. You're looking at the map graph right here. See, 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., we go straight up. We're on the back side of high tide. High tide isn't completely gone. Low tide right there. I think if I'm reading that correctly. Yeah, 3:36 p.m. So that'd be great if we can get a landfall, official landfall, even though conditions are going to deteriorate this morning. But if that eye wall makes landfall at low tide, then, that would help with the overall storm surge totals. Getting a power outage update. Louisiana, oh, wow, got some up in Minnesota now. Just over 10,000 without power in Minnesota. Okay, there's the storm right now. This is at venturesky.com. That's where it's at. And all of these are pretty much in agreement right now, showing wind gusts of 130. This depends on what part of the center of rotation. 130, 140, 100. There's Homa. Watching some of these cams. They're going to start getting influenced by the high winds here soon. That's a camera out over Lake Pontchartrain as we're watching Ida get closer and closer to landfall. Hope everybody's having a good day. I got up early this morning. I think it was around... What time did I get up? I don't know. It was early. 2:40, I think it was. Something like that. Yeah, this thing's on the verge of becoming a possible Category 5. On the verge. Hopefully it won't. What I'm looking at now, guys, is an app I use on my phone. Let me see what it's called. It's called Hurricanes Pro. If you haven't already got it, it's a good source of information if you like to follow hurricanes. Like right now, this one is showing me. I'm looking at an app that I'm using on my phone. That's why I'm kind of being quiet for a second here. I'm reading what it's showing me, and it is showing a Category 4. But it does not show it, at least right now, becoming a Category 5. However, it does show it becoming a high-end Category 4 with sustained of 155 and gusts of 190 miles per hour. That's an app I use on my phone. And remaining a hurricane, a minimal hurricane, all the way up to Baton Rouge as a Category 1. Okay, that's what it's showing me on my app that I use. Models are pretty much all in agreement. It's going to make landfall in the Grand Isle area. Satellite presentation is classic hurricane. And when you have a classic hurricane satellite presentation, as I spoke of earlier, there's no wind shear. So when there's no wind shear, that means the environment that the storm is in is conducive for it to at least maintain its strength, sometimes getting stronger, but at least maintaining. If it's a Category 4 right now, then yeah, it'll stay a Category 4, at landfall. Sometimes these storms, as they approach landfall, because they're all unique, they may all be in a Category 4. What you're talking about, Cat 4s, they may be a Cat 4, but the environment conditions are always different with every single storm. There's no way that every single storm that's made landfall, the wind shear has been actually identical, because it's always different. The wind shear will influence the strength of the storm. So if a storm is, say, a big, powerful Cat 5, for instance, Hurricane Katrina, classic example right there. Hurricane Katrina was a Cat 5 in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico. It was aesthetically a large storm, but it was influenced by wind shear and a little bit of dry air when it made landfall. So it brought it down according to, everything I've read, and I watched Katrina like you guys did, yes, it was a big, powerful Category 5 storm at one time. But it encountered wind shear and dry air, which will weaken storms every single time. I've seen it happen, and it does it every single time. And this storm here, once it got into the Gulf of Mexico, it really had nothing in its way with regard to, we're looking at, like, there's Homa. We're looking at areas, this is Homa again. We're looking at areas in the Homa area, Slidell area, and we're keeping a close eye on this bridge that spans between New Orleans and eastern Louisiana, which would be up here in the Slidell area. Kind of watching some cameras in there because that's wide open through there. There's not going to be any land friction in this area here. The winds are going to go right across that water, and you'll be able to get a good gauge of how strong those winds are in that area. But this one here has had everything to its advantage. There was no wind shear, and there was no dry air components. So the atmosphere, the environment, I guess I should say, well, I guess the atmosphere, were very conducive for this thing to strengthen all the way in. Look at that eye wall, guys. Are you serious? Look at that. Oh, man. Okay. Godspeed to everyone that stayed there. That is not showing any signs of weakening. Like I said, the app that I just looked at, I don't have any way of sharing it right now on the laptop, but it does show it becoming a high-end Category 4, but that's as of right now. That could change. I'm looking up at I'm sorry, guys, I haven't been interacting in the chat. I just saw a green banner pop up. Silver Sister, good morning. You're welcome. And yes, I'm praying for everybody's safety that's in the path of this storm. You bet. Prayers are always going out. You want to know the truth? Prayers go out for everybody every day. So just be wise, guys, if you're in the path of this storm. I hope you got out of there. You see the satellite presentation of this thing? Like I said a couple of days ago, if it were me and I were in the path of this storm, and I'm an old storm chaser, man, and I don't anymore, because where I live, there's hardly any storms. But years ago, I would not hesitate for a second if I saw a tornado to go chase it, you bet. And I did. Saw a tornado in 1995 come right at me. Hi, I am Clay now. I got the monitor above me. I'm trying to monitor my laptop. And thank you. That's very kind. Good morning. Oh, that's very kind of you. Yeah, I used to be an old storm chaser. So if I'm going to get out of the way of a storm, look, I would stay to get pictures, do whatever I could, I wouldn't say I'm a weather geek. I'm just fascinated by aspects of weather and things like that. That's just who I am. But this thing here, I wouldn't I wouldn't tangle with this one. I'd view with binoculars, maybe from high ground. I'd definitely get out of the path of this thing. And I've stayed for hurricanes. I know all about that. Absolutely. Have I ridden a hurricane out? Yeah. Absolutely I have. But I wasn't asked to evacuate, though. It actually kind of was a surprise. It made a sharp right-hand turn when it wasn't supposed to and came right at us. Wasn't expecting it. So I really had no choice but to ride it out, So the next storm that came through after that, they moved everybody out of the area. It was a voluntary evacuation, But I'd kind of had enough experience following storms. I'm like, look, this storm is not going to be... Hi, I am Clay. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. But no, The second storm that came through, I was in Hurricane Charlie. Hurricane Charlie just whoosh took out all the power and everything, okay? About 3 weeks later, Hurricane Francis comes in, and Hurricane Francis was over here off the east coast of Florida and sat there for like 2 or 3 days just churning. It was a big storm, about the size of Texas, literally and figuratively, but it wasn't that strong. I think it was a Category 1 or 2. But I'm like, look, Hurricane Charlie already did all the damage. When this thing comes through, it's not going to be that bad, It was a calculated risk that I took based off of just common logic, okay? This storm can't do that much damage because it's not as strong as Hurricane Charlie. And it didn't. When it came through, we had sustained winds of 30, 45 miles an hour for literally 36 hours. That's how big the storm was. But was it overpowering and did a lot of damage? No, because Hurricane Charlie already took care of all that. So, calculated risks like that, if okay, well, I wouldn't. There's no way I would stay in the path of a Category 4. I'm sorry. I couldn't do it. There's no way, especially along the coast. Good morning. I am Clay now. Good morning, everybody. Charlotte, Daniel, I'm looking up at the chat room, guys. I don't mean to not be in the chat room. It's just I can't do both. I'm trying to watch 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I have 16 windows open on my laptop. 16! So I'm trying to manage these efficiently to give you guys the best possible presentation that I can. So please forgive me for not being involved in the chat room a whole lot. I'm trying to, but I'm also trying to keep my head focused on what we've got going on here. And we have a landfall underway of a very powerful hurricane, a Category 4 hurricane. That eye wall is starting to look more and more. Oh my gosh, it's looking very, very strong. Let's put it that way. Adventure Sky showing a landfall, winds of 140, 150, but this has been updated, okay? I think they're showing winds now. I think their wind gusts, I don't know, maybe sustained. Good grief. I hope you guys got out of there. I really do. I hope anybody that's watching is on higher ground, please. Yep. Cat 4, Cat 4, Cat 4. You can see it right there for yourself, guys. And I just updated that. And it does look like it's going to slow down a little bit because, see, that red line is shorter from where it's at now to where it's going to be at landfall. That means it's slowing down. When these lines that you see in between the 4, 4, 4, and the 1, when those lines are long and stretched out like you see up here between the L's, okay, what that means is speed. That means it's moving faster from point A to point B. Longer line, okay? Shorter line between 4 and 4 means slow. Shorter line between 4 and 4, slow, okay? So, looks like this thing's slowing down. Let's look at some intensities again. Still the same. Oh, wow. And guys, hurricanes are honestly what they are. They're heat machines. They have a job to do, and that job is to move heat away from the equator area of the Earth. They can't form at the equator. It's impossible. But they just have a job to do, guys. That's all, and they just naturally do it. Sometimes, unfortunately, they interact with land, but there we go. This is in the Houma, Louisiana area. This is over in the Slidell area. See the, oh yeah, you can see the rain definitely starting to come in, coming off the back of these cars. This is the one on the bridge, and you can see it's starting to bounce. Okay, guys. Be right back. I'm going to go grab a bottle of water. Be right back. Watch this bridge. This is a bridge between New Orleans and eastern Louisiana. The traffic you see on here on the left is going east. The camera is looking to the west. Okay, the camera's looking towards New Orleans. The traffic, well, at least the most of the traffic is moving away from New Orleans. Be right back. Okay, guys. All right, got a bottle of water. I already had my coffee for the day. 2 cups, that's it. And then water. I don't know, something about the last, especially the last year, I guess. But the last, especially, well, I'd say last 2 years, especially the last year. I crave water. I do. Water it just tastes phenomenal. I crave water. Let's see if we have a visible component on here. Oh, yeah, we do. Yeah, that's a classic hurricane. We'll click on the wind shear. Watch the lines, okay? Check it out. See the green? See what the green means? Right there, color-coded, favorable. That's what those green lines mean. Favorable. That red line is Cat 4, strong Cat 4. So that's the overall conditions of the hurricane's environment. That's why you see a hurricane that is textbook hurricane. It's got the big overreaching cloud tops, especially the convection in the center. That eye wall is getting more and more defined as it gets closer to the shore, starting to span out again. It looks like a classic hurricane because there's no wind shear and there's no dry air. I just clicked on the dry air icon, and you can see it over here in Georgia. You can see some over here in east central Texas. Nothing around the storm. So those are the two main things that can cause a hurricane to become lopsided and become weaker. Right now, this thing, just based off of what we see there, has everything in it in its favor to at least maintain a Category 4 landfall. You see the camera starting to bounce here on the bridge. That bridge camera is right here. This is where that camera's at, looking that direction. Okay? And there's other cameras here as well. Just trying to, get as close to the storm as we can. I hope everybody's out of that area, especially the Homa area. This is over in the Slidell area, because there's going to be a long period of, you can see this camera starting to move. This is over in the Homa area. Look, it's starting to bounce. Okay, see the power lines? Look, right there, classic example. See those transformers? Okay, when I was in Hurricane Charlie, and I'm just going to speak just for me and my own personal experience, I saw those transformers. I don't know how many I saw. I lost count, to be honest. But when Hurricane Charlie came through, these things turned the sky blue. Came through at nighttime, okay? And I stepped out during the passage of the storm's eye wall, and I looked up, and I saw stars in the sky. I'm like, okay, cool. I knew the eye wall was going over, though, and I knew the backside was coming. But the backside was not near as strong as the front. As you guys all well know, you're very familiar with hurricanes. The front side is the strongest, front right. The back is still a storm, don't get me wrong, but it's not near as feisty as the front. So sure enough, about 30 minutes later, here come the backside of the storm. And even during that, these transformers you see up here that control the flow of electricity through these lines you see right there, that's what they do. They transform the electricity. That swaying movement of the lines caused the transformers to malfunction. The electricity got loose, and then you have a big blue flash. So when that happens, and it happens on a large scale, then you have a large scale power outage event with above ground power lines. So we're keeping an eye on the power outage situation. Let me refresh the page. Yeah, it's going up. Okay, right now, 15,000 customers. And it's probably going up so fast they're not going to be able to keep up. And they are in, mainly the southern area and St. Tammany Parish. And that's consistent with what we're seeing on the maps, right on the money. See right there? That strong outer band is already taking out power. And that's not the eye wall. Yeah, Hurricane Francis, when it came over Orlando in 2004, took 36 hours for that thing to make it across the state. It was moving at like 6 miles an hour. It was unbelievable. It was like it wouldn't quit. It wasn't that bad, though. I mean, as far as, any type of structural damage or flooding, no. I mean, it brought maybe 5-6 inches of rain just because it was so big and slow. But it wasn't overloaded with strength like this one here. Now, you don't want to be in the cone of that thing. I can assure you. Hopefully everybody, comes out okay. But the problem, obviously the storm's a problem. We get that. It's the aftermath, the no power, roads closed. There's going to be roads in these areas that are going to be impassable. That's a big, strong storm. That's going to be impossible to avoid. You have infrastructure here, and a lot of infrastructure in that area that's going to be... Wait a minute. it's going to be impacted. That storm just moved to the right. Guys, are you seeing what I'm seeing here? Watch the eye wall. Did you see it just kind of lean to the right? Watch it again. Watch the eye wall. Lean to the right. Just an observation. I don't know. Let's go back to National Hurricane Center. See if there's been an update here. The only thing is they don't tell you the strength of the hurricane. That's what I don't get. Just says Hurricane Ida. Okay, what is it? A 1, a 5, a 3, a 2? It doesn't say. It's a major hurricane. Okay, it's got maximum sustained wind at 150 miles per hour. This was a 7 a.m. Central Daylight Time update. So this was updated, I guess, an hour ago. So we'll wait on another update, but still the same, obviously. But I was just looking for any change in the track. To me, it looked like it kind of turned a little bit to the north, to the right, which would mean it would be more over here. So I have to wait and see, guys. This is Houma, Arizona. Not Arizona. Arizona. I live in Arizona. That's Houma, Louisiana. Another view from, this camera's starting to move. I'm not sure what it's mounted on. I have no idea. Don't know. I really don't. It might be on top of a building for all I know. It could be. Maybe, I don't know. It's a traffic cam. This is a view of the Slidell area. That's a store over there on the right. And now back to the bridge. And you can see the water starting to get a little choppy. That's the water in the Lake Pontchartrain area starting to show signs of that pushing movement. Remember, hurricanes push down, tornadoes pull up. So this is going to push, and it's going to have a big influence on the water in that area because it's a big, strong hurricane. So water will be displaced. It's unavoidable. It's 8 a.m. sharp now in Louisiana. 8 a.m. sharp. So the storm is slowly but surely making its way towards landfall as we're watching this bridge right here. Can't believe there's people going into New Orleans right now. I don't know, maybe they know something I don't, but you're seeing traffic come this way, which is in the area of New Orleans. New Orleans is over here, okay? So the traffic you see on that camera coming this way, it's going towards New Orleans. The other ones are heading this way towards Morgan Bluff. Slidell's over here on the left. And that's what you're looking at right here. Well, they're actually coming towards Slidell. That's towards New Orleans. Mississippi's going to see a lot of rain, a lot of flash flooding, high winds, possibility of tornadoes. You guys are fully aware of how these storms work on the outer edges of these storms. Like Hurricane Francis I was in produced a lot of tornadoes, and I mean a bunch, over 100. But a lot of them didn't touch ground. A lot of them did not touch ground. And yes, guys, I know there's been an increase in solar activity here recently. There's a large active region facing the Earth. The active region produced a couple of M flares in the last 24 hours and quite possibly could produce an X flare. That would be Earth-directed because the sunspot and active region is Earth-directed right now as I do this video. So we can take a look and see if there was any activity during the overnight hours. I've been focused this morning on the landfall here of this hurricane. Okay, let's take a look and see if there were any X flares. Yes, I know there was an X, or not an M flare, there was an X flare. M flare there, that was an M4. So I was just kind of waiting to see what it was going to do. So far, so good. You know, we're still at the M4 is the strongest. These are the most recent, say in the past 24 hours. There was a couple of other C flares. Those aren't necessarily a big deal, but it is a sign of activity. And yes, the sun is starting to get more active as we get closer and closer to solar maximum. Looking at now 16,500 customers. Keep in mind, these are customers without electricity, not people, customers. As the storm is getting closer and closer. Wow, that is close. That's probably, I don't know, because I don't know how fast this thing's forward motion is right now, forward speed. It's forecasted to slow down, so it's impossible for me to say exactly when it's going to make landfall. I don't know. It's definitely slowing down. You guys can see that. So it's been moving forward at 15, 16, even at times 17 miles an hour, which is a pretty good clip. But I think it's slowing down now. Oh, thank you, Katrina. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm trying to manage 16 pages I have open down here. Frostbitten Canadian boy. Okay, I'll check it out. Thank you, Frostbitten Canadian. And thank you, Katrina. That's very kind. Seriously, you guys are very nice. Travis, thank you. This will be strongest storm to hit Louisiana. Travis, you could be right. I mean, there's been some strong ones throughout the past, but we'll have to wait and see. It sure looks like that way, doesn't it? I agree. It sure looks that way. And again, like I mentioned earlier, there's nothing in the way of this storm right now, guys. There's not anything. In fact, conditions are favorable for this storm to at least maintain Category 4 strength. Not necessarily strengthen, but I suppose the possibility is always there. But I'm going to click on a thing called wind shear. Okay, see these green lines? That means the environment is conducive for the formation and maintenance of, ongoing hurricanes. And there's no wind shear in that area at all. Wind shear will cause a storm to not look like a storm. And you've all seen hurricanes that are lopsided. They may only have the right side or no left side. That's because of wind shear. It's the influence of things that you can't see. That's why the storm's not round like a hurricane. This one's got that textbook shape. So yes, absolutely it could strengthen at landfall. Woo. Yeah, see, it's in those very warm waters right off the coast. And that's that escarpment. This shallow area here along the coast is called an escarpment. And let's go to the 3D mode. This area here, the water's fairly shallow, and it's feeling that very shallow, warm water, and that's causing it to, get a little feisty right now, I guess. So, it very well could strengthen. I'm understanding that the wind, sustained winds have been recorded now at 150 mile an hour. I just heard that, or just saw that. So sustained winds of 150 offshore. They have not made it onshore yet, so still offshore. That's Houma, Louisiana. Looking at some areas that are going to be obviously directly impacted by a lot of aspects of the storm with regard to rain, flash flooding, high winds, and then, of course, storm surge. Okay, this is the bridge that spans over Lake Pontchartrain. This is in the Slidell area. In fact, let's switch cameras. I want to go to a different one in this area if I can. Let's look at these here. Looking pretty good at the moment. Find that camera on that bridge. And the reason I'm on this bridge I'm trying to gauge the wind that's coming in. Oh, see, that one went down. Or did it? Oh, we got that one. Okay, that might be the one we're on. There's one I'm looking for that specifically shows... Dang it, I think it's that one right there. Or is it this one? Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to... It's not the one I was looking for. I guess we'll work with this one. No. Is it this one? No. Let's work with this one here. Just trying to gauge the winds as the storm gets closer. This is Houma, Louisiana, and you can see the power lines are definitely above ground in that area, and those lines are heavy. They're heavy, okay. And once they get moving, they're not supposed to move and bounce around. Just that one span of cable right there weighs, a few hundred pounds. So they can come down as a result of their own weight. Then you factor in tree branches, then they're obviously gonna, be affected by trees and tree branches falling onto them. But they're heavy on their own. Heavy on their own. So this is Houma, Louisiana. Houma is kind of in a precarious position with regard to possible storm surge. I want to take a look at Houma, which is, okay, there's Lafayette, which I think Lafayette should be good. But I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Okay, there's Houma right there. Houma, it's obviously above sea level, but not that much. Some of the areas around Houma could become an island. Yeah, if you look at that map that was put out by the National Hurricane Center, and you look at where Houma, let's just say Houma is kind of in an interesting spot with regard to this storm, because it could become an island. There's a wind map. Yeah, here we go. We'll go back to Houma. You can see it surrounding Houma, a lot of red and orange. Red and orange represent greater than 6, greater than 9 feet of water above normally dry ground. So, if Houma stays dry, which hopefully it will, everything around it will be wet. So it could become an island, at least temporarily. And then you'd be, possibly here with no power and no way to get in or out unless you have a boat. That's worst case scenario. But those are options that are on the table, of course. Let's see if this has been updated. Yeah, sustained winds of 150. This was still the 7 a.m. update. So, and remember, okay, it's 6 here, it's 8 there. So 8 a.m., we're still now retreating out of the high tide cycle. We're not completely out of it yet. So hopefully it'll make landfall during, low tide. That'd be great. But the coasts are already being influenced right now. You guys can see that by that right front quadrant. You can see a big storm system popping up over here off the southern coast of Mississippi, right there. That's a strong system on the northern end, far northern end of the hurricane itself. It's one of those far-reaching feeder bands out there. And when this thing was down just in the southern Gulf of Mexico, and you could just see it was starting to pull in resources. It was pulling in moisture. It was pulling in heat. And, it felt the warm water of the Gulf. And you could see it really starting to become a mature, big hurricane. And again, it's just doing its job, guys. These things try to balance out the heat from the tropics. They move heat from the tropics to the north. That's what they do. That's why they form. That's why they form mainly in August and September. It's because it's towards the end of summer. That's peak heat. It's no coincidence. They form during peak heat. It's because of the sun angle. Everything is about the sun angle. Once you understand that everything is about the sun angle, then you kind of start to understand a little bit about a lot of things. Everything is about the sun angle. Even what you're looking at right here. You can trace it back to, well, no, it was influenced by this and it was influenced by that. Yeah, of course, you're right. But it all goes back to the sun angle. No joke. That's just something I've learned over the years. Okay, still looking at, 30,000 people without power. Where did that storm go through? Central? Yeah, northern and central Michigan. I just wanted to look real quick. Wow. They have had so many power outages in Michigan here recently. Unbelievable. So we're already starting to see power outages in New Orleans. I'm over here at poweroutage.us. And this you can find at the website right there. And right now, almost 17,000 customers without electricity as the storm approaches southern Louisiana, impacting a wide area all the way over into Mississippi. Look for tornado spin-ups in Alabama and, of course, Mississippi on the far right-hand side of the storm. I remember with Hurricane Francis, it was on that far right-hand side of the storm was where the majority of the tornadoes spawned, right over in here. A lot of them didn't touch ground. They stayed up in the air. Okay, they were like aerial vortexes. They were, I don't know, it was kind of cool to see because it didn't make contact with the ground, but you saw a funnel cloud drop down out of one of the far-reaching feeder bands of the storm that never made contact with the ground. It was still considered a tornado. Wasn't even categorized. If I remember right, the majority of them were not even categorized. Like it was a EF2, EF1. I think maybe there were a couple that did make landfall or contact with the ground, but not necessarily, destructive. They didn't last that long. But there is that possibility, absolutely. And this will do the same thing. As it starts its journey north, that'll put Alabama in the right-hand quadrant. And where we at Sunday, we're going to look into landfall all day today. So by Monday, actually into tonight, starting tonight and into Monday, look for tornadoes to spawn all throughout Mississippi, Louisiana, and then the rain being taken all the way up into easily the Tennessee area as a tropical depression. Here, I think that's what they have. Yeah, look. Tennessee, even into parts of Kentucky. Forecasted to be a tropical depression Tuesday in Tennessee. And you can see after it makes landfall how the gaps in between the different icons spread farther and farther apart. And that's because it's gaining speed as it's getting influenced by the jet stream. Okay, kind of looking at Houma, Louisiana, Bayou Cane. Bayou Cane, there's going to be a lot of water in this area in general. These are estimates. Exact amounts are remain to be seen. Remain to be seen. Just have to wait and see, guys. These are estimates. Could be less, could be more, and the areas could be slightly different. It's not going to be exactly like this. This is just a preliminary estimate based off of what you see right here. And it's all based off of physics, the strength of the storm, the amount of moisture that it's consumed, throughout its life cycle. This thing's consumed a lot of resources. And what I mean by that are atmospheric resources. It's pulled in a lot of moisture and a lot of heat. And that convection you see right there is a side effect of, I mean, just doing its job. It's basically what it's doing. It's just doing a job. It's always done it, and it probably always will. Does it in the summertime in the northern hemisphere, and then when that sun angle changes and goes below the equator and gets down into Argentina, the sun angle, in December, as that sun angle starts its journey back to the north, guess what? You have cyclones in the southern hemisphere. And what are they doing? Moving heat. That's what they do. And sometimes they have a big job to do, and guess what? It takes a big storm to do it, or at least that's what we call them. Sure, there's probably another name for them. Okay, this is over in the Slidell area. Looks like it's frozen. Let's try to find a different one. Go back down here. There was a bridge view that gave a pretty good perspective. Is it this one? I just want to see what the wind's doing. I'm trying to find the wind. Where's the wind? See, these cameras may get dysfunctional. Of course, I have a lot of windows open too, so I'm sure that doesn't help. I literally have 16 windows open. There it goes. Okay, I'm looking for white caps on the water. I'm looking for camera movement. I don't want to see cars on here. Unfortunately, there goes one. Which way is that going? What? It's going towards New Orleans. What's going on, man? Anyway, we're just trying to watch the camera bouncing around. You know, when the camera, this thing will start shaking, bouncing around when this storm gets close. And that's a good gauge. You can tell that the storm's getting closer. And then when it starts malfunctioning, especially, you know the storm's real close. Some of them will stay on. Some of them, you know, will not. And I certainly get it, man. I mean, yeah, they built these things and anchored them with hurricanes in mind, of course. You have to in the South. Anything you put up outside, you have to keep in mind, you know, well, this could possibly be, you know, involved in a strong hurricane at some point in time. So you build it with that in mind. You want to make it strong. You want to make it be able to withstand 100-mile-an-hour wind, and you don't want your device to get, you know, ruined by the possibility of a storm. So these things are made with that in mind. But we'll see. Depends on how strong this thing gets. Yeah, getting reports that the outer bands are, there's some far outer bands that are reaching the Baton Rouge area. Absolutely. But they're moving pretty quick. So they may drop, you know, a little bit of rain. In fact, we can look at it on the right there. Okay, Baton Rouge is right there by that number 1. See that number 1? That means Category 1 when it gets by Baton Rouge here in about 24 hours, at least the eye wall. Yeah, of course, there's feeder bands up there. They'll move by quick, though. I remember those feeder bands. They'd come through, and the winds would pick up, and the rain would come down real quick, sometimes sideways, be gone in 10 minutes. And then the sun would come back out. Yeah. Remember it well. I remember staring right at the face of Hurricane Charlie, and the sky was a bluish green. And believe it or not, it was tall. Even though it wasn't a real big hurricane, you went out and looked up at that thing, and it would look like a big bluish green shelf cloud up in the sky that was rotating. You could actually see the rotation very slowly from left to right. I was looking to the southwest right at that thing, and it was turning very slowly, greenish blue at the top, left to right. And I'm like, wow, it's on. Sure enough, windows started bowing in and out. They didn't break because they're made with that in mind down there, you know. Yeah, Hurricane Charlie was it was a doozy. I was right in the middle of it. Okay, this one's over on the west side of Lake Pontchartrain. I'm just trying to, again, gauge this wind. This is coming off the bridge into the Slidell area. No, I'm sorry. This is on the New Orleans side. So this will be coming off the bridge and going onto the bridge over by New Orleans. Doesn't seem to be working right now. Probably going to see a lot of that. Okay, but that's over. Here's Lake Pontchartrain. In fact, there's a New Orleans Lakefront Airport. I'm not sure if that's the one I was at. My family went. We went there years ago. I don't think it was that one though. Let's try this one. Looks like that camera's bouncing. It may not work. Okay, this is traffic. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Traffic traveling westbound. Coming down off that bridge. I'll give it a few seconds here, but I don't think this one is functioning right now. Looks like it's froze. Looks like it's froze up, guys. Let's go to another one. Nope. I want to be able to see this wind. I know it's getting close. Let's try this one, okay? Here we go. Is the timestamp working? Not yet, but at least it's there. 8:24:48. 48. Come on. 48. Stuck. It's froze on 24:48. Hey, Ronald. Thank you, Ronald Foose. How are you doing, Ronald? Oh, there it goes. Okay, now it's moving. Okay, it just took a minute. Probably because I have 16 windows open. 16. Yeah, you can see the camera starting to move around here. Thank you, Ronald. That's very kind of you. Keeping an eye on this thing. Hopefully anybody in these areas that are close to the cone or in the cone, especially if you're in the cone, I understand. I get it. I really do, guys. I've been in hurricanes, and I know everybody can't evacuate. I get it. I totally understand. It's like this camera's still trying to go. Buffering a little bit. Could be the 100 windows I have open. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, there it goes. But I don't have to tell you, if you stayed in the path of this hurricane, it's probably because you've stayed in hurricanes before. And I get it. It's a calculated risk. But one thing you don't want to fool with is floodwaters. They win every time. Yeah, you can hide from the wind. You can't hide from 9 feet of water. So, something you need to consider. Oh, here we go. Let's try this one. You know, at the very least, be prepared for 9 feet of water. If it doesn't happen, man, that's great. That is great. You got to laugh about it and say, hey, man, we survived Ida, that's awesome. I want to hear that. But just plan on worst case scenario. If you're in the path of this storm and you're watching this video, look around for things that can float. You don't want to have to try to tread water for hours. Look around for things that can float. You're just thinking a worst case possible scenario, that's all. You're looking out for yourself. You're thinking ahead. It's better to be prepared and not need it than not be prepared and need it. It's an old saying that, makes total sense. Think about it. It's better to be prepared and not need it than not be prepared and then need it. Get prepared now. You still have time. Look around for things that'll float. Hey, Alfredo. Good morning, Alfredo Garcia. John Young. You're welcome, John. I try to pass on things that I've learned over the years. I've done this for a long time. I'm not an expert. I'm not the oracle of knowledge, and I don't claim to be. But I am a practical man. I'm a common sense thinker. And, I try to look out for you. You may take these things, oh, this is just another hurricane. This is not just another hurricane. I can assure you that. You look around for things that can float. I'm telling you. This camera here is starting to show some signs of some high winds and rain. Probably a feeder band, right? I've been on that road. No, I don't know. I'm not real familiar with the area. I was there once. I arrived at that airport with my family, and then we went back to the airport. There we go. Yeah, see that camera moving? Oh, yeah, it's starting to bounce around. Look at that one. See that one moving around there, John? Alfredo? That camera's starting to sense that wind. It's feeling the force of IDA. But no, if you're in the cone, just look around for things that can float. If you need it, hey, you know right where to go, man. You are prepared. Don't be looking for something that'll float when you're knee-deep water. Chances are it's already floated off. Yeah, this thing is getting stronger, guys. It's a strong Cat 4. It's got a central low pressure now of around 930 millibars. Wow. I think Katrina's lowest was 920, for example. Just a comparison, Katrina had a central low pressure of 920 millibars. You know what Hurricane Charlie's was? 941. So this one's already got a central low pressure stronger than that of Hurricane Charlie. That was a Cat 5. See how they're all different? They may all be Category 4, but they all have unique numbers and it's unique to the environment that it's in. Warm water, wind shear, and dry air. They all influence the maturity of these what we call hurricanes and cyclones. They're basically heat engines that move heat away from the center of the earth towards the north of the earth. They're influenced, if you follow the track, it always goes way up into the northern hemisphere, because that's what it's trying to do. It's trying to spread heat out, and it ends up spreading moisture because the heat that it collects, the warm air molecules and the cold air molecules create condensation, and the more assets that it can retrieve with regard to hot and cold air, then the more rain you're going to get. It's a natural process that it just does because of the sun angle. That's right. Sun angle influences crop growth in the northern and southern hemisphere. When the corn's going to grow, the soybeans are going to grow. Your annual flowers that you have in your gardens, the birds migrate. That's all influenced by the sun angle. That's why you have 4 seasons. Sun angle. Because it influences the environment. Look at this camera. It's starting to show those winds. Okay, this one's over. This is over on the New Orleans side. Okay, let's take a look. See where this probably got a feeder band, right? Yeah, this is on the New Orleans side. This camera's starting to bounce around, starting to show some static. I'd be surprised if it makes it the duration of the day. Okay, are these people going? The traffic closest to the camera is traveling eastbound. Okay, good. So the traffic we're looking at are traveling away from Bonneville Boulevard, which is over by the New Orleans area, be on the west side of Lake Pontchartrain. And, everybody's life circumstances are different. Maybe some people couldn't leave last night. Maybe they didn't want to get caught up in that traffic. I saw the traffic, everybody leaving yesterday, and it was a bumper-to-bumper cars situation on these roads for many, many hours. So if you had a place to go this morning, like these folks obviously do, they're going somewhere, to higher ground. Because most of this area over here, yeah, this camera is starting to get kind of dysfunctional. Most of this area over here, I think for the most part, is right at sea level, right? I know inside New Orleans is below sea level, but they're behind the levee, which, hopefully will hold. It's supposed to. So, but still, again, you got the rain component. There's supposed to be, I think, double-digit rainfall in this area. So that's a lot of rain anywhere, especially somewhere that sits at sea level or below sea level. I know New Orleans is below sea level. So a lot of rain there is never a good situation. Even though they have those new pumps and stuff installed, I think they can manage a half an inch an hour rain rate. Well, tropical storms easily do that. Yeah. So we'll see. Let's go. I want to stay on this camera, though, if I can. Looks like it's having some issues with the winds, which I'm not surprised. Yeah, that one's kind of buffering, too. Hey, that's Homa, and the camera's not working. We have to come back to that. I wanted to look at the storm. There we go. Okay, I think it just refreshed. Yeah. Kind of looks like to me it leaned to the right. But it could be just a wobble. You know how these things do. They wobble in their journey, but it did look like it wobbled just a little bit. Okay, I'm going to go in close, guys. Which one do I want to use? I want to use this one here. No, this one. This is a Go 16. This is something I've used for quite some time, following storms and weather in general. In fact, I have it on all the time. So I was so surprised with the flooding in Tennessee. I have this on literally all day long on a separate monitor. Yeah, all day. So when that flooding occurred in Tennessee, I was very surprised. Granted, it happened, I think, during the overnight hours, but... oh, boy. Getting close, guys. Okay, let's switch to a different view, all right? So I want to be able to see all those feeder bands that are... maybe this one, I guess? No, I don't like that one either. Let's go with this one. Okay, let's go with that one. I want to see all these bands back here that are going to influence Mississippi and Alabama. And even the Florida Panhandle is going to see some rain. You know, probably a couple, 3 inches. Which is no problem for them. They can handle that easy. All right, let's see if this has been updated. Still Cat 4. At landfall. It's 8:38 a.m. It's very close to landfall, guys. Should start to see. Is this one stuck? Yeah, I gotta find a different. Try to refresh it here. This is in Homa. Let's try a different one. See, that one's out. See, I'm not surprised at all. That one's out as well. Loading. Loading. See, these cameras are... You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to refresh the page. Hang on, please. I'll go to this here while it refreshes. What do you think? Hour and a half away from landfall? That's showing 12 hours. I very humbly disagree with that. That's not going to be offshore for another 12 hours. I would say, if I had to guess, just based off of what we're seeing here, I would say a 6-hour landfall from now, which it's 8:30. I'd say somewhere around 2 o'clock this afternoon at the very latest, a landfall. But I don't know how slow it's supposed to get. Okay, so we're going to try these cameras again. This is, again, in the Homa, Louisiana area. Okay, see, that one's down. That one's also down. Not surprised at all. That one's also down. That one's also down. Yep. So we're losing the camera feeds, guys. In the Homa area, cameras are already offline. So we lost our camera view in Homa. Let's see what we got going on over here. Lake Salvador. Looks like they're all offline now, guys. Okay. Still got a couple, but the ones in the Homa area are not working. This one here, it's trying to refresh. It's I-10 at Bonneville Boulevard. Yeah, it hasn't refreshed in like over 5 minutes. And this one here is also doing the same thing. So no live camera feed at this time. So I'm sure that it was either taken down or influenced by the outer bands of winds, you know. Yeah, they took them all offline. Okay. They offline. They must not want us to see them. Can't believe they'd all go offline at the same time. It's independent cameras, you know. Got this over here that still works. Let's see if we can maybe take a look at that. I don't think so. That's the one I wanted to look at right there. Yeah, there you go. See, they're still online. That's the bridge. And that's coming down into the Slidell area, I believe. You can see the skies in the background are very dark. People got their headlights on. Looks like evening time. It's the thick canopy, the very thick canopy of Hurricane Ida blocking out the sunlight. It's a very thick, tall canopy. So yeah, it's going to make it dark. Absolutely. So it's a moisture-rich storm. Big, thick canopy, blocking out the sunlight quite easily. Looking to be still a Category 1 up in the Baton Rouge area. This is a forecast that, can and will change to some degree, like all weather forecasts do. But I don't think the Cat 4 is going to go anywhere. It's going to stay a Cat 4 at least. Talking about a possible Category 5, but I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, looking at the intensity I see here, I'll show you what I see right there. Get 3 sources, SATCON, AMSU, and ADT, 931, 947, 943. Do an average of about 939. So got a very deep center of convection. 8:44 a.m. over here you can see on the left, and it looks like nighttime, or it looks like evening is setting in over here. Yeah, everybody's got their lights on. It's because of the very thick canopy of a Category 4 Hurricane Ida blocking out the sunlight. Just waiting on an update, guys. We should have an update in less than 15 minutes. And that will be an update over here. And then an update, obviously, from the National Hurricane Center. See if I can pull that up. I'm going to go to a different state. Yeah. Try to refresh the page here. I can't believe they all went off at the same time. They were working great. Yeah, these were taken offline, guys. Okay. There's that bridge one. Let's go to Venture Sky. Waiting on an update from the National Hurricane Center. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's getting close. Let's update this one. I haven't updated it for Yeah, there's a storm coming up towards Arizona. Hurricane Nora. Obviously, it won't be a hurricane when it gets here, but, it could be a tropical depression. It's supposed to straddle the Gulf of California all the way up. That little bitty thin body of water. That's just enough to keep it going. See, this one's showing Category 5. Or not Category 5, I'm sorry. Showing 150 mile an hour gust. Not a Category 5. Still a Category 4. See if we've got an update. That's still a 7 a.m. advisory. So there'll be another advisory here at the top of the hour. It'll be 7 here. That'll be the 9 a.m. advisory, I think. Because once it gets this close to landfall, they do, I think, hourly updates. Still showing 150 sustained. Holy cow. But this thing's moving northwest at 15 miles per hour. I look for that to change during the next update. Yeah, that'll probably change to, well, according to this, you can see the shortening between the M and the H. That means it's slowing down. So slow down some. I can't imagine it's slowing down too much. But storms have a habit of doing that. That's for sure. Oh, wow. That is so close. I don't know if it'll be 6 hours, guys. I mean, it's literally less than 20 miles. That's got to be, what, within an hour and a half? No, that's not going to be 6 hours. Okay, it's 6:50 where I'm at, so it's 8:50. It's almost 9 a.m. in Louisiana. At what I'm seeing here, based off of the forward speed and this thing's location with respect to the southern tip of Louisiana, that would be definitely in the Grand Isle area. You're looking at a landfall before noon. Easy. Yeah, I don't see why it wouldn't be. Look at that. You can see for yourself. The eye wall is just less than 20 miles offshore. Absolutely. Landfall before noon. Local time in Louisiana. Yes. Yeah, I'd say a landfall before noon. Looking at that cone again. See, it's kind of tilting to the right. Just a little. So it's going to put New Orleans in that right quadrant. See how it's kind of tilting just a little bit at landfall. So, if we go back to Google Earth, yeah. Okay, boy, I still got Homa in that cone. But Morgan City might be on the outside of the eye wall. Okay. And that would put New Orleans more on the right-hand side of the eye wall. That's what I'm seeing. It's going to curve up through that way. See that? Going to curve up through here. Putting Homa right on the edge of the eye wall. Golden Meadow right in the middle. LaPlace, Kenner, right in the middle. I think the eye wall, the right-hand side of the eye wall, is going to go over the western part of Lake Pontchartrain. Based off of its movement. Yeah, and Lake Pontchartrain's actually in the cone. Part of Lake Pontchartrain is. That's what I see. Absolutely. That's the way it looks like to me, too. So high tide, where we at? 9 a.m. Go up. You can see the wave. High tide peak was there. You can still tell we're in the high tide component, even though it's in retreat. And it is heading towards low tide, which is a good thing. Okay? So if there is one good thing, is that it's making landfall closer to a low tide component as opposed to a high tide component. which is really good. Ain't nothing really good about a Category 4 storm, but, I mean, boy, look how dark that got all of a sudden, just in the last 5 minutes. Wow. Oh, man. Oops, sorry. Yeah, it got dark there all of a sudden. That's at that I-10 bridge by Slidell. Look at how dark it got all of a sudden. Here it comes, guys. Yep, here it comes. I don't know when the official landfall is going to be. Look at how dark that is. My goodness. Looks more like 9 o'clock at night than 9 o'clock in the morning. Wow. Yeah, it looks like landfall, guys, is going to be closer to noon. Noon, Louisiana time. So look for the stronger impacts right around lunch and then all afternoon. All afternoon. Which, that's another good thing. It'll be a daytime hurricane landfall, so you can kind of see what's going on. I mean, there's nothing really good about a Cat 4 landfall, but, you know, there are some advantages if you have daylight opposed to darkness. You know, and if it comes in at low tide instead of high tide. That's one thing that's never talked about with regard to a large major hurricane landfall is the sequence of tidal forces that are in play at the time. And luckily, we're going to be kind of in between high tide and low tide. And that makes a big difference. So, looks like to me it's kind of turning a little bit to the right here. Okay? A little bit to the right. So it's good for some, bad for others. You know what I mean? It's just how this thing goes. It's going to interact with land. It's just a matter of what part of the land it's going to interact with. See that little tilt to the right? I'll tell you where we can look. Watch this. Watch. Okay, we're going to go over to here. This is the CIMSS. We're going to go to visible. And we're going to see if it's walking that tightrope. Watch. You'll see what I mean. Okay, I don't have enough data to create a visible loop. You can see the eye wall there. Take a few more cycles, but the eye wall is starting to form. And what you can do, boy, that's got a deep stadium effect. Stadium effect is when you look down into the eye wall, and it looks like you're looking down into a stadium, football stadium, you know what I mean? That's what it looks like. Yeah, that's a classic major hurricane. But when you have enough visible satellite imagery to make a loop, if that eye wall is veering off of this line you see right here, either to the left or right, then that tells you that it's changing its course of direction, you know, ever so slightly. You can see it's forecasted to make a slight turn to the right after it makes landfall. But to me, it kind of looks like it might be doing that early. That's all I'm saying. So it might turn to the right just a little bit before landfall, based off of what we're seeing, you know, on the GOES satellite imagery. But of course they wobble. Hurricanes wobble, you know, to a certain degree, left and right. Always have. Check the shear. See, still no wind shear. Green and yellow. Neutral is yellow, green is favorable. In fact, this is in the green, so there's no wind shear. That's why you have that incredible satellite presentation with regard to classic hurricane. You know, it's not lopsided. You know, it doesn't come in lopsided. Hurricane Henry had wind shear. Okay, that's why Hurricane Henry was like a one-sided, like a big scorpion tail. What creates that is wind shear. Wind shear coming in from the west. And it causes the storm to just, you know, condense to one side. That's all. We got here. Can't really see too much here anymore. That's okay. This bridge one was a good gauge of how the winds were doing. Because this is out over open water, so there's less friction, you know, with regard to the wind moving inland and stuff like that. And these cameras out here, which they're built for hurricanes. Everything down here is built with hurricanes in mind, you know, for the most part. But these cameras get to bouncing around pretty good. And it just goes to show you, too, how well they're made, you know. Like it's kind of froze right now. And it could be because I have so many windows open. Honestly, I have like 16. Well, actually, I closed one. I think I got 15 open now. So that's a lot for any computer. This I-10 twin spans. I think we're looking. Which direction are we looking here? There it goes. All right, cool. Don't see any major white caps yet. 8:58 a.m., so it's almost 9 a.m. locally. I think this is looking eastbound. 9 a.m. local time. I think it's going to be a noon lunchtime landfall, guys. Kind of looks that way. I don't think it's going to be late afternoon. I think it's going to be early. Let's take a look at the power outage situation. Okay, I don't want to. Just don't have any choice. Power outage. I'm going to refresh this page. This is poweroutage.us. Oh my, it jumped up quite a bit. Hold on. Now you're looking at 28,662 customers without electricity. The last time we were here, which was, what, less than 30 minutes ago, there were 16,000 plus customers without electricity, and it's gone up 12,000 or approximately 12,000 in 30 minutes. 12,000. So it's at Louisiana, 28,662. That number will probably continue to grow exponentially as we move throughout the morning hours. It's 9 a.m. in Louisiana. I'd say this thing's looking at a landfall of lunchtime, noon. Look how dark it is there at the I-10 bridge. Wow. I mean, it literally looks like it's getting ready to go into the nighttime hours. It looks like evening. Whoa. So the impacts are starting to show up here at the bridge, and that bridge is right here. Okay? It's right here. That's what spans across the southeastern area between New Orleans and Eden Isle, Slidell, and then New Orleans is over here. That bridge connects the two. That's Lake Pontchartrain. Lake Pontchartrain is big. Okay, and then there's the bridge that we're looking at. Here's the 2D image. That's the bridge that we're trying to. Of course, this is the end of the bridge. This is over on the Slidell side. I believe so, yeah. Wow. So this feeder band right here is what's influencing the skies above this area right here. And you can see how far off the eye wall is. Eye wall is way over here. That bridge is up here. The bridge is right underneath my arrow. Okay? So that band right there, that one and that one, are what's influencing that camera. It's not even this yet. And you saw what the sky looked like. Looked like nighttime. That one right there. Let me go back to it. That one. That's right over here. Looks like evening time. 9:03, 9:04 a.m. People, a lot of people there. In fact, there's a lot of cars there. Leaving the area, it looks like. So that's good. That's good. You don't want to be in the path of this storm. You know, it's one thing to ride a storm out and you know, take a calculated risk. And then there's sometimes that you just can't do that. Or at least it's not a safe calculation, you know. Not when you're dealing with the potential of flooding, and not like the amounts that they're saying could occur. I mean, you're looking at greater than 9 feet. All that red is greater than 9 feet. It's a lot of water. I mean, 9 feet is as high as the ceiling in most homes. You know, right around that area, 9 feet. Most people have, you know, 8, 9 foot ceilings. That's how much water you're looking at potentially. The orange is greater than 6 feet. Yellow greater than 3 feet. If you look over the entire map, these areas here are behind the levee. But you got to keep in mind the Mississippi River is going to take on a certain amount of water just from rainfall. Okay, and the rainfall, we can take a look. Was that updated? Okay, it's already past the hour. Let's look and see. Not yet. Look at rainfall totals. Let's see if that's changed. Looks about the same, I suppose. Yeah, I totally see that happening. The red and pink we see on the map are 10, 15, up to 20 inches. Up to 20 inches. And that will change. That's a forecast. Forecasts, I've never seen a forecast that didn't change to some degree. And this is Hurricane Ida. Risk of flash flooding, obviously very high at the point of landfall. And the color represents the size, basically, of the area around the core, the eye of the hurricane. So that's consistent with a lot of flash flooding. And I would assume that pink includes Homa, and pretty much, well, it looks like it's got New Orleans, all of Slidell, even going well over into southern Mississippi. Wow. Southwestern southern Mississippi. High flash flooding likelihood. Oh, and then taking a look at the peak storm surge. Let's see if that's changed any. Still the same. 12 to 16 feet at the point of landfall, which it looks like landfall is definitely going to be in that area, in the Grand Isle area. Let me go back to the 3D. Coastal, and this would be coastal, obviously. Looks like the storm's going to make it right in here. Probably be a Grand Isle landfall. Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness sakes. That's a sound there. Okay, well, they could potentially see 16 feet of storm surge in that area. 12 to 16. So you're right here. Well, it's going to get some flooding of some degree. It's probably already starting, to be honest. Huh. Okay. Probably going to be a Grand Isle landfall, be my guess. You can see right there, 12 to 16 feet. Well, 16 feet would be up in the rooftop areas. So would 12. Most overhangs are 10, 11. Oh my. Like I said, the only advantage we have with regard to that is it's coming out of high tide. So that will help some. Absolutely. Yeah, that barrier there. Pretty much all red. That's 9 foot plus. 9 foot plus. That's what we were just looking at. Right there. Same area. So more than likely all this is going to be under a lot of water. Hope everybody got out of here for sure. How do you even get there? Where's the road that gets you there? It's over here. Oh, yeah. Okay, I see. Oh, man. I hope nobody's there. Please tell me nobody's in Grand Isle, right? Nobody in Grand Isle. We don't want anybody. No pets. No living creatures in Grand Isle. Unless you're a fish. That thing's headed right towards Grand Isle, guys. Yeah, probably already feeling that outer band. The edge, actually. Look at that. It's almost there. Update the power outage situation. And we just updated it 5 minutes ago. And it's up to 34,000 now. 34,008 in Louisiana. We just checked it, and it was at 28,000 plus. Now it's at 34,000 plus. So it's gone up 6,000 in 5 minutes. 6,000. Yeah, I hope nobody's in Grand Isle for sure. Still seeing traffic moving. That's out of New Orleans into the Slidell area. Heavy rain, high winds. There's that bridge again. This is what spans between eastern Louisiana and New Orleans. I've actually been on that bridge many years ago. That's a long bridge. If I'm not mistaken, it's one of the longest in the world. Pretty cool. Quite an engineering, accomplishment. For sure. Camera's kind of stuck right now. It's been stuck for over 30 minutes. Probably not going to work anymore. Don't know. There's one. That one's not working. Just trying to gauge the wind, guys. That's all. Oh, there we go. You can kind of see the white caps there. Camera is located in the median of I-10 of the twin spans at South Shore. See the water starting to get stirred up. See the white caps on the water. It's an indication the winds are picking up. They'll probably pick up, exponentially over the next hour or so, as this thing is starting to get closer and closer to land. This was one over by Slidell. You can see it's starting to rain there. And that's one of the areas that could potentially see, at least 3 feet of water, maybe 6 in locations. Just depends on the lay of the land, That's honestly what it depends on at that point when it comes to the flooding. It depends on the lay of the land. Water is going to level out, or at least the top of the water. And the areas that are deepest are obviously, or maybe have a dip in the ground, are going to take in more water. So it might be a little deeper in certain areas. That's why they have those areas of 3, 6, and 9, and 1, because some areas are graded differently. It's the lay of the land. You can see this camera here is pointing to the ground, so it's not or it's been affected by the wind, which of course that's going to happen, absolutely. Excuse me. Yep, nobody's in Grand Isle. There's just no way. We don't want anything, any pets, anybody in Grand Isle. Yeah, see these cameras are pointing to the ground. See, they're being affected by the wind, which makes perfect sense. I'm sure they'll all be affected by the winds. Okay, let's go over to the New Orleans side, okay? Here we go. Let's go over here. This is a little closer to the right-hand side. Oh, yeah, of the eye wall. I wonder if we can go back to Homa. I think the storm's moving a little bit to the right. Difficult to see on that one because of the water on the housing. A lot of these cameras have, all of them do, have housings that they're situated in. It protects them from the elements. And what's dark there? Holy cow! That's 9:17 a.m. Very dark. Let's go over here by the New Orleans area. Not sure if that's how that's supposed to be. Maybe so. Here's another bridge. That one doesn't work. Okay. Been on that road before a long time ago. Okay, let's go back over to this area here. Oh, Gentilly. Whoops. Let's go here. Not the one I was wanting, but Just trying to find a camera that's near. Oh, maybe we can find something here. Okay. Yeah, right in this area. This is going to be closer to the eye wall, I think. Yeah. Okay. So over by Bell Chase. Those are all down right now. That's along the Mississippi. It'll be a good one to watch just to kind of see, how much the Mississippi increases. It's going to go up some. I remember a few years ago, we're looking at the New Orleans. This is New Orleans. You're looking at New Orleans right now. Once it takes off, it takes a minute because I've got so many windows open at the time being. I think it was a Pearl River over east of Slidell. Ran backwards for a period of time during a hurricane landfall. And it came in much like this one, kind of in towards the southeastern part of Louisiana. And it influenced the Pearl River. I hope there's nobody in Grand Isle. I'll say that again. Pearl River is right here. Right? In this area? Yeah. Yeah, there's a Pearl River. Okay. Yeah, Pearl River right there, Old Pearl River, ran backwards. Yeah, normally it runs like north, south, just like the Mississippi. And it's kind of on the Mississippi-Louisiana state line. We'll have to see how it's impacted today by this storm, which is slowing down some. Its forward motion slowing down a little bit. But yeah, the Pearl River flowed backwards for several hours. Pearl River, right there it is, Pearl River. See how it was influenced by the onshore flow of the wind and water, and it was pushing it up through the Pearl River. It literally flowed backwards. So Slidell's kind of in a precarious situation, with regard to the angle of this storm and the right-hand quadrant of this storm. It's like Slidell's about 6 feet above sea level, at least at the area I'm at right now. That's what it's showing. I'm at Google Earth, and it's showing this area. I don't know exactly where I'm at. I'm just in Slidell. 6 feet above sea level. 5-6 feet. So it could easily take on water if water does, say, fill up Bayou Balfuca, that whole area there. That's what it is. It's a water vehicle. It handles water, so it's going to handle water that comes in from the storm. Obviously, it's going to be more than it can manage for a while, so it's going to overflow its banks. And that's probably how they configured the maps based off of these water canals. They're going to overflow. And I don't think that was factoring in storm surge, because the maps were all showing possibly 3 to 6 feet in this area over here. And a lot of that could be influenced by, the onshore flow this direction. And then, of course, water escaping out of Lake Pontchartrain, and then water coming from the sky. And that's to be determined, It depends on how fast it moves. If it's a fast-moving storm, then you won't get as much rainfall from the sky. If it's a slow-moving storm, then, there'll obviously be more. This is common sense. Okay, just trying to find something where we're just wanting to see, that's all. It's kind of a big deal. I want everybody to be good, everybody to be safe. I say that in every video for a reason. I do want you guys to be safe out there. Okay, there's the bigger bridge. We're watching that. You can see the camera starting to bounce. That's what I was looking for. Okay, oh yeah. Yeah, we're getting winds over here. This is in New Orleans, guys. This is on the outside, south side of New Orleans. looking to the south. Okay, so the storm is back here, coming in back here, the right side. The right side of the storm is going to come through here. So we'll see how long this camera is able to stay on. Elijah Fields, I-10 at Elijah Fields. It was starting to bounce a little bit. We saw one yesterday that was bouncing unbelievable, and it stayed on the whole time. Did not skip a beat. It was unbelievable. Stayed on the entire time. Yeah. Come back to that one here in just a just a moment. There's that bridge, and that one's at 9:24. That's the current time. Looks like evening's getting ready to. Let's check the power outage. We just updated this a little over 5 minutes ago. We're going to update it again. Now it's at 38,000. It was just at 34,000. That's in Louisiana. Up to 38,000. Now let's click on Louisiana and see where they are. Primarily in the southern part of Louisiana, exactly where the storm is the strongest right now. As the storm makes its way up through here, then the power outages in these areas will more than likely, follow the storm like they always do. So again, right now the power outages, and these are customers, not individual people. These are customers, and it's now at 38,000 and 38,400. Still no new update there. Ventisky, they're all in agreement now, showing that Grand Isle area. Got the eye wall. Let's just step it forward. Here's 8 a.m., 9 a.m. Definitely slowing down to some degree. 10 a.m. By 10 a.m., I would call that a landfall, right? Don't you think the eye wall's touching the land right there? 11 a.m. Definitely. Yeah, this is going to be a lunchtime landfall, guys. That's just my opinion, though. Looks like to me it's going to be around 12. Where are we at? 9? Yeah, around 12 o'clock Louisiana time. Step this one forward a little bit. Right there, so basically a landfall, yeah. And see, that's at 12 p.m. So probably a landfall. Wind speeds, wind gusts are going to vary. To me, I'm going to say Cat 4. Yeah, I don't think, unless it just, if it were to stall, which I don't think it's going to, then I would say, okay, maybe it could be a Cat 5. I don't think so, though. I think it's going to stay a Category 4. Strong Category 4. I don't know if it'll become a Category 5. Got too much forward speed. But I do see it being, obviously, remaining a Category 4. I don't think it's going to weaken any, that's for sure. But I don't think it's going to be a Cat 5. Nope, I don't think so. Hope everybody got out of Grand Isle. It's Lake Pontchartrain right there. I think I've been on that road many years ago. Another bridge, a lot of infrastructure down here that, will be impacted for a while. This one here just looks, you can tell the sky is very dark. Wow. There's another place I want to look at on Google Earth real quick. Bear with me, guys. I'm just trying to see who's or what is where. Okay, Port Sulphur. Is there a Port Sulphur? Yeah, right there. Okay. Is that the Mississippi River? That is the Mississippi River. Okay. Hopefully everybody's out of there. A lot of stuff going on there, along the Mississippi River there. Been like that all the way through ancient times. People migrate to the water. Did it back in the ancient Egyptian times. Everybody lived along the Nile and Alexandria, big port area. It's just what we do. We got to have water. Water's a part of our lives, who we are. We use water for a lot of different things. People are down here. Got shops set up along the Mississippi River. It's used for barge traffic, and it's used for irrigation for farms and, a variety of things. It's going to fill up today. It's going to get a lot of water at Port Sulphur, Grand Isle, Empire, Point to La Hatch. And of course, you got Homa. And they're going to experience a lot of storm surge over here in the Homa area. This whole area, you're going to see storm surge, and a lot of it compounded with rainfall from the sky. And then, of course, high winds, and those are going to vary from place to place. Some places might see 100-mile-an-hour winds. Some places might see 75-mile-an-hour winds, But those are still strong winds. That's hurricane force. Hurricane force winds are strong winds, That area right there is consistently very dark. So that's in a training feeder band, keeping it dark that long. People over there were using their headlights, and then just over here, they're not. Another busy area here, 9:32 a.m. The I-10-110 split. I believe this is on the Slidell side. I'm going to try to go back to the Homa area if I can. I don't know if these cameras are going to hold up. That's in New Orleans, I think. Let me look. Yeah. It's on the New Orleans side. I want to go to Homa. Yeah, definitely New Orleans. Here's Homa over here. Bayou Blue, Bayou Cane, Mandalay Wildlife Refuge. That place is probably going to, and it's supposed to see a lot of water. I mean, it's forecasted to show the areas of 9 to 6 feet. Let's watch this one here if we can. And I want to keep an eye on the power lines. This is in Homa. Start to see those lines swaying back and forth. Yeah, 9:33 a.m. So this one, if it updates, it should be pretty close to real time. Not exactly, of course, but pretty close. It's trying to. Okay. Let's try a different one then. Again, this is in Homa, Louisiana. This is pre-landfall, so 9:34. I'll give that a second to update. I think it's trying to. 9:35. Boy, it's starting to get dark there. Let's see if this has been updated. It's still 150, 15 mile an hour. That's the 7 a.m. So I think they'll update again at 10 a.m. Eastern. That's what they'll do. Oh, wow. That's almost touching land right now, guys. Look at that. There's no way that's going to be an afternoon landfall. It's going to be late morning. Serious? Yeah, it's almost there. Let's see if we can get it visible now. Oh, wow. Yeah, see it right there? It's got that stadium eye wall. That's going right into Grand Isle. I hope there's nobody in Grand Isle. See, this one was just updated. So this is a fairly new. Yeah, this is new. Okay, so it's almost there, guys. I would say less than an hour, maybe hour and 30 minutes tops. Landfall, 9:30 a.m. in Louisiana, so I'd say a landfall before 12 noon. Landfall before lunchtime. It's not going to be an afternoon landfall. It's at least going to make landfall with the coast before lunch. There's no way it can't. It's almost there now. It's almost there right now. You see, this thing's getting a little bigger aesthetically, too. See the rain bands now extending up into Alabama, Mississippi. It's going to do that for the next 24 to 36 hours. So heads up if you're in Alabama. You guys could see widespread tornadic activity. Granted, they may all not touch the ground, but this will spin up a lot of tornadoes. Flash flooding. You'll see rain, flash flooding component definitely in Mississippi, obviously Louisiana. And it depends. I mean, it's slowing down a little bit now, but as you can see, between landfall and then by the time it reaches Baton Rouge, it's a Category 1, and now they're showing this thing remaining a Category 1, potentially up into southwestern Mississippi. That's what that colored line means. See the color of a Category 1? Wow, it's going to take a minute for this thing to unwind. So you're talking here to there, that's 24 hours. So you're going to have 24 hours, let's see, 24 hours of hurricane-like conditions in Louisiana, mainly west central and northern Louisiana, and then the northern central over east central, and then northeast, all of Mississippi for the most part, especially the southern half from probably Hattiesburg, down to the coast. The coast is obviously going to see a significant storm surge in Bay St. Louis over here. Yeah, it's almost there, guys. You're going to see a lunchtime landfall. And it looks like it is strengthening some. I mean, it's already a strong Category 4 storm. So we go back to here. And I think this is updated. It's almost there. Let me see. Nope, I'm going to update it right now. Here we go. Whew. Looks like landfall to me, guys. What do you think? Tell me. See the eye wall coming up? Pretty close. I'd say within the hour. Say it's 7, 8, 9:40 in Louisiana. Yeah, I'd say a landfall within 60 minutes. I don't see how it can't. Just to be honest. Checking out the power outage situation before I refresh. 38,759, Louisiana. Going to refresh the page. Showing 33,300 or 33,629. Power outages went down. Was 38,000. I don't know how it went down. That's good. Got 27,000 customers without electricity still in Michigan. I know like 2 weeks ago there was a 800,000 plus power outage event in Michigan. Took a week to get the electricity back on. A day after they got it back on, over 100,000 customers without electricity again because of high winds and severe thunderstorms going through the northern tier. And then today, looking at again, 27,000, almost 28,000 customers without electricity in Michigan once again. So nearly 1 million customers over the course of, say, 3 weeks, 2.5, without electricity at some point in time in Michigan due to strong storms. Yes, due to strong storms. Yeah, the water oh, look at that scene. Look at the clouds, how low they are in that area. Can we see that video? See how low the clouds are? You can see the clouds right there. Almost look like fog. Yeah, you can see the clouds moving from left to right. That's the direction of the storm. The camera is looking to the west. People are leaving the New Orleans area. There are people over here on the right moving into that area for whatever reason. And, I'm sure they have their reasons, Everybody has different circumstances. Maybe they Like I said, they might have a safe place. I don't know. There's a big tanker truck. It's like some sort of fluid. I don't know what's hauling. Why on earth would a tanker truck be on a bridge as a Cat 4 hurricane is approaching? Whew. I don't know. Are there cameras down here? No way. Oh, there are. Oh, they're out. Oh, dude. Yeah, I'm not surprised. That's right in the area of the landfall. Can't get the camera to come on. Maybe this is North Leeville. Nope. Okay, I'm going to go over to Waveland, Mississippi. See what we can find out over here. That's Mobile, Alabama. I'm sorry. Here we go. Bay St. Louis. And Mobile will probably see some flash flooding. This area here, I remember years ago, this area floods pretty quickly with regard to hurricanes coming in from that southeast, moving northwest. Let's see what I can do here, guys. I can't get those. I was trying to get over here. Or even here. No. Yeah, these don't work. These are right down at the edge of the eye wall. Nope, won't work. I'm not surprised. Those are probably... Yeah, that's down right at the edge of the eye wall. Trying to get to Mississippi. I don't know if I'll be able to. Yeah, it's going to make landfall soon, guys. Probably within the next 60 minutes. Getting very close. See if this has been updated. Should be updated here anytime. Should be a new advisory within probably 10 minutes. Yeah, a lot of these cameras are starting to show signs of a hurricane, for sure. Okay, guys, I'm going to try something here. I don't know if it's going to work. Okay, there's a Homa right there. I don't know how long it's going to stay on, though, but it's on for now. Okay, let's do this. Going over to Mississippi. There we go. See if we can find some cameras down here. Oh, there's Waveland. There's Bay St. Louis. Starting to see some water on the roads a little bit. Tropical storm warning for the area. That's Waveland. And there's Bay St. Louis. And this area over here, Shoreline Park, talking about anywhere from like 3 feet to 6 feet of possible storm surge. In fact, starting to see a little bit. I can't get it any bigger than that, though. Oh, yeah, it's already starting to flood there, guys. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, this is in southern Mississippi. I'm going to try to... I don't know why I can't get it any bigger. There we go. Can you see that a little better now? Whoops, sorry. Trying to get you a view. Okay, this is near Bay St. Louis. This is in southern Mississippi. You can see, I don't know, cars are parked along the road here. 603 north of US 90. And you can see this over here on the right. It's full of water. This area down here on the road is full of water. It's already taking on water. Again, this is in southern Mississippi. And we'll look around for other cameras too in this area. Wow. Not surprising though. That's looking, according to this, looking to the south. Let's look to the north. Okay, you can see a little bit of flooding in this area. Let's kind of look around. Let's look up here. Okay, looking good for now. How about right here by Gulfport? That camera's not working at the moment. Not surprised.
See how close Bay St. Louis and Slidell are. Slidell is in between Lake Bourne, and of course you got the Gulf out here. You got Lake Pontchartrain here. You know, the southern coast of Mississippi. I mean, it's the Pearl River. I mean, it's in a tricky place when it comes to, you know, major hurricane like this. It really is. All lanes blocked in both directions. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to find something here that... Let's switch to camera. Whoop. Switch to video. See rain coming down in southern Mississippi, which was definitely expected. I expected to see storm surge over here. Also, go back to the Bay St. Louis area, and this is an area that's forecasted to see in Shoreline Park. This area right here, I'll show you on the map. I'm over here in the Waveland, Mississippi, Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. This area is supposed to see, even over here on the right-hand side, Wolf River Marsh, the Coastal Preserve, Jordan River Coastal Preserve. All these areas are forecasted to see storm surge. 3 to 6 feet of storm surge in some areas, especially over here in Shoreline Park. So if you're in that area still, you know, just you're well aware of the situation. Could see significant flooding. Absolutely. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that area. We'll come back to those later. Let's go back over to Louisiana. Refresh the page. See if we have an update here, guys. I'm just kind of bouncing around, getting... Yep, 10 a.m. update. So it's slowed down to 13 miles an hour. Still has maximum sustained winds of 150, according to this. This is from the National Hurricane Center. It is very, very close to a landfall. This was a 10 a.m. update. This would be 10 a.m. Louisiana time. So it's still a Category 4 major storm. Let's see if the peak surge has changed any. Still the same. 3 to 5, 5 to 8, 8 to 12, 12 to 16. That would be the area, you know, of landfall. And then 8 to 12. And over here by Bay St. Louis, where we were just at, looking at 6 to 9. Here's the areas of heavy rainfall. Again, concentrated in the New Orleans area. Wow, now they've got pink going across Lake Pontchartrain. Pink is 15 to 20 inches. And that's actually including New Orleans. So that did change. Before it did not include New Orleans. So I do think it does have a right-hand turn, as we saw earlier. It's kind of turning to the right just a little. So that's going to bring more of that heavy rain component of this storm over New Orleans. Looks like directly over New Orleans. So New Orleans could easily see a foot of rain in a very short period of time. So, just a heads up, guys. That's all. See if this has been updated. I think this one has as well. Let's look and see. Yeah, that's almost there. I'd say a lunchtime landfall, guys. Lunchtime landfall. See if we can get back on this bridge. I don't know if we can or not. Yeah, maybe so. Yeah, starting to see white. Oh yeah, starting to see white caps out there. White caps is when the wind is, just like the ocean, really pushing the water. Start to see water coming across the shore here. Let's see if we can play this video. I'm not sure if we can. Don't know. Doesn't look like it's playing. Yeah, it is. Yeah, starting to see the wind influence the camera. It'll get stronger and stronger and stronger. Absolutely. Checking on my app right now that I use on my phone. It's been updated too. Boy, it's very close to Grand Isle. I hope no one's in Grand Isle. There goes a car moving. That car's moving about 100 miles an hour. Did you see that? Woo. Yeah, showing wind speed still, at 150. But it kind of looks like it's leaning towards New Orleans. Got a lot more rain now forecasted for New Orleans, and that changed just within the last couple hours. See if I can find a camera over in the New Orleans area, maybe right here or here. Let's try this one. I don't know if it's going to work, but I'm trying, guys. We'll bounce back between here, southern Louisiana and southern Mississippi. Those are going to be the high impact zones. The path of the wrath, as Maria from Alabama stated earlier. The path of the wrath. This is by Maria, who's in Alabama. Maria's in northern Alabama. So she'll feel the effects of the storm. Absolutely. Probably more so tonight. Definitely tomorrow. And like she pointed out, the tornadoes that spawn from these large, strong storms. They don't always touch ground, though. I've been in, like I said, one that produced probably 100. And out of that 100, maybe 2 touched ground. But still, nevertheless, it's a tornado. Yeah, it's starting to get close, guys. I'd say landfall, what time is it? 10 o'clock in the morning? I'd say landfall easily before noon. There it goes. Okay, it's finally moving now. Okay, you can see the camera starting to bounce around, and that's what we're going to see if we can find one that stays on. These cameras will start to show more and more movement, even though they're stationary cameras. They'll start to show more and more movement as the storm gets closer and closer. I see a green banner up here. Hey, John. John Young. That's a Texas flag, looks like. Thank you, John. All right, let's see if we've got... Look at that camera starting to move. This is in New Orleans. This camera right here you're watching, guys. See it starting to bounce? Look at it moving up and down, up and down. That's probably mild compared to what's coming. All right. See how it's intermittent? It's on, it's off. Let's try another one here. Okay, this one's starting to move as well. This is in Homa. Starting to see some rain. Looks like there's water ahead of these two. These look like possible patrol cars, and they're probably trying to keep people safe. And these cars have been patrolling the area as water is starting to accumulate here in Homa. And those cars that you see, those are just official cars. Those are the only ones I've seen on the streets so far in Homa. They probably tried to get as many evacuations as they could. You can see the rain starting to come off the camera. This is in Homa, Louisiana. I just lost it. Find another one here. This is also in Homa. See, this one's starting to bounce around as well, which is totally expected. Let's check this one out. This is in Homa. Can't really see that one. Maybe check this one out. Some of these obviously aren't working properly, which is understandable. Okay, we're back to this one here. You can see the camera starting to move around. When you see those power lines start to move around, and you can see the power line right there in the middle of the video. See the power line swaying? See it? See the power line moving back and forth? It's starting to swing. Those winds are getting strong. Wonder how long that pole's going to hold up. Watch that power pole in the background. It's got two lines. A line over here. See my mouse? I don't know if you can see it or not, but there's a line over here. Actually, two lines there, sagging across, and the wind is starting to influence them. Oh, thank you, Helen. Helen Bird. Good morning. Thank you so much. Guys, we're looking at a camera in Houma, Louisiana. And when it's on, it's kind of intermittent right now, but when it's on, you can see the power line starting to sway back and forth in the middle of this field of view. And we're in Houma, Louisiana. There it goes. It just came back on. Okay, it's kind of intermittent, but I want to stay here. Oh yeah, you can see the road down there in the top of the video. You can see the road already starting to take on water. Hello, Undead One. Thank you. That's very kind. Thank you, Helen. Helen Bird. Okay, we're seeing water on the road now. Water's starting to pile up. That road's flooded. That's somewhere in Houma, Louisiana, near Tunnel Boulevard and Honduras Street. That's where this is at. Tunnel Boulevard and Honduras Street. At Bond Street. That's all these intersecting here. That's what we're looking at. And we're going to come back to that one. Just remember, tunnel. Here's another one showing power lines. I'm watching the power lines here, and of course flooding in Houma. Trying to get this one to come on. You can see multiple power lines, and there's tall trees over there in the background. And those tall trees can easily be influenced by high winds. Here's where we're at. We're in Houma. Pretty much in the center. We're right in this area here. Got the intracoastal waterway back here. That will obviously take on water. That's what it does. The Bayou Terrebonne takes on water. But this is where we're at, right in here. Yes, there's a. I know somebody mentioned the CME. Yeah, there's a CME. They're supposed to hit. It'll be on the 30th, guys. More on the 30th. Could be tonight. But it'll be fine. It's no problem. It wasn't an X flare. It was. It's good. It'll probably create a small geomagnetic storm, but nothing we haven't experienced before. No worries. I've been waiting on an X flare. That's very possible. I don't know if you've looked at the Earth-facing side of the sun recently, but here we go. This one's back on. You can see the camera moving. We're in Houma, Louisiana. Wind's picking up. You can see rain on the camera now. Trees starting to move back and forth. Watch the power lines in the foreground there. I saw power lines earlier. that were swaying. And I'm sure once the power lines, if they go down, we'll lose, obviously, power to this camera. I would be very surprised if the camera stayed on and we saw a power line on the ground. But maybe not. So I'll try another one here. Oh, here we go. LA 24 at Hollywood. See the video. Where'd it go? Dude, what are you doing to me? Back to that one. Where were we? In here? Oh, here we go. Okay. There's an area here. It's traveling northbound on LA 3040. No, that hasn't been updated, I don't think, unless the time's incorrect. Now we're going to find a different one. Okay, LA, no. Yeah, I want to go back to this one here because of saw the power lines in this one. Yeah, this is at LA 3040, LA 182. Watch the power lines here in the foreground. You can already see on the rooftop over there, you can see leaves on top of the roof. The white roof totally exposes those leaves and branches. See the camera starting to bounce a little bit. You see the power lines in the middle of the video. See them swaying back and forth. Wow. Now you can see the street lights in the center of the video. Look up at the top towards the time. See the lights swinging back and forth? So street lights hanging there in that little intersection. They're swaying back and forth. Okay, we're going to keep an eye on this one here. Okay, now we're back over by New Orleans. See if I can find another camera. Yeah, at some point these are probably not going to work. I mean, after all, they're about to experience Category 4 hurricane conditions, so not surprising at all. There's the flooding potential. That is potential storm surge flooding. And one thing that kept this situation from, it's not even started yet. It hasn't made landfall, but the fact that it did not make landfall during peak high tide was a big deal, guys. And I know you're probably not hearing that a lot of places, but that was a big deal. If this thing would have made landfall at peak high tide, which it hasn't made landfall yet, but peak high tide was at 4:30, 5 o'clock this morning for this area. So even though it's only 10:30 in the morning, it was like 5-6 hours ago, we're still kind of in the high tide, low tide transition. The fact that it's not going to make landfall at high tide is a really big deal. Believe it or not, it's going to help the flooding situation. Even though the flooding situation is not going to be good, I've never known of a flooding situation that was good. I'm not implying that it's going to be good by any means, but I'm saying the fact that high tide is behind us and behind the people of Louisiana, that helped. But you hardly ever hear people talk about, oh, high tide, high tide. High tide's a big deal when it comes to these things, especially a major hurricane. Not necessarily even a major 2. You could take a Cat 2 making landfall at high tide, and it's going to make landfall like a Cat 3 or 4 because of the high tide influence. So it does make a difference. Looks like to me it's almost there, right? That just went up. If that's accurate, then that's Category 5, but I don't know. That's just what it's showing. And that's at 12-ish Louisiana time. You see that right there? That's 2 clicks above Cat 5 status right there. That's over at windy.com. I just refreshed that. That's brand new. That's in the area of Grand Isle. Like I was saying earlier, I hope there's nobody in Grand Isle. Oh, my goodness. Hopefully everybody got out of Grand Isle. And you guys can tell by looking, that's a no-brainer there. I hope there's nobody in Grand Isle. Okay, I just updated ventasky.com, and see how they vary. This one's showing a different set of data points, 128, 130. Of course, that's at a different time too. Let's step it forward. Okay, so it does go up. Actually, it does show it strengthening at landfall. But to me, it looks like it's at landfall. How much closer do you have to get? Look at that. You serious? Couple miles. Okay, let's look at the power outage situation, because this is probably going to grow exponentially now. It's there. And it did, almost doubled. You can see Louisiana's now in the orange at 62,166. It was at 33,000 before I clicked the refresh page. I'm sure most of these are in the southern Louisiana, New Orleans area. Obviously, New Orleans being the most densely populated, so you're going to have more power outage potential there. And that's where we're at. Orleans, 18,000, almost 19,000 customers. That's within the last 30 minutes. Okay, so it's up to 62,000 customers now without electricity, and that could be for an extended period of time. It's going to be a long duration event. It's going to seem like an eternity. Okay, you can see that was a feeder band, one of those outer bands that went through this area of this bridge that goes into Slidell. This is the bridge that crosses Lake Pontchartrain, but now it's a lot lighter than what it was just 30 minutes ago. So that outer band has now moved out of the area. Now it's waiting on basically the the area around the center of rotation, which is involving obviously the core of the hurricane. So I'm sure there'll be another outer band come through, of course. But it lightened up some because the outer band has left the building, so to speak. Look at this camera starting to bounce. Yeah, it's on, guys. It's here. Ida has arrived. The only traffic we're seeing here are official cars, you know, keeping an eye on the streets, making sure nobody's in harm's way. But there's probably going to be a point, and this is back at Houma, Louisiana, probably going to be a point where they're not going to be able to patrol a lot of these streets because they're going to be submerged in water. Apologize, guys. Getting a little something to eat here. I'm super hungry. Been up since 2:45. My wife just brought me in a fantastic breakfast. Eggs and toast. I was hungry. Sausage. Okay. Okay, that one's not refreshing at the moment, but we'll come back to it, okay? Satellite goes 16. Oh, wow. To me, it looks like it's there. It's 10:30. Very, very close. So it looks like the eye wall. Okay, where are we at? My bearings here. Oh, okay. No. It's like it's coming in by Grand Isle. Yes, by Grand Isle. Wow. Right in there. Like I said, the only good thing is it didn't come in during high tide. That's a good thing. Thank you, Rachel. That's very kind. Thank you, Rachel. I look up. I got a screen up on my wall there that I just happened to see the green banner. Thank you. All right, guys, this is a new forecast landfall potential over at windy.com showing a wind gusts of 157. A little less over here at Ventus Sky, 130s, 120s. That's around the same time. That'd be a big onward flow. Oh, thank you, Marcus. God bless you. Thank you, Alberto. That's very kind. You guys are awesome. That's 10 a.m. Yeah, I would say that landfall is minutes away, right? I mean, it has to be. How much closer can it get without making landfall? Looks like it's going to be a Category 4, guys. The models kind of vary a little bit, between a Cat 5 and a Cat 4, but I don't know. I think it's going to be a Category 4. Category 4. One thing I wanted to look at real quick. Yeah, okay. These cameras here, we're looking at some cameras in the Slidell area. We've got cameras we're watching over in the New Orleans area as well. Not that one particularly. Well, that looks like a totally different location compared to what it looked like an hour ago. This is over in Homa. Can't get that one to refresh. 1023. Well, let's try it again. Okay, well, oh, there we go. Yeah, it's just kind of having some difficulties, which it's understandable. After all, it's trying to function in a Category 4 hurricane, or soon to be. But that's Homa. Homa is supposed to see a lot of wind, a lot of rain, a lot of potential storm surge. And coming in here, I would say more than likely that will actually happen. I would say so. Homa's pretty much right in the front of that eye wall there. We're going to go over to southern Mississippi now, guys, and take a look at the Bay St. Louis area. Keeping an eye on this area here, Shoreline Park. Shoreline Park was supposed to see possibly 3 to 6 feet of storm surge, and that would be 3 to 6 feet above normally dry ground. That's a tropical storm warning for the area. Yeah, you're starting to see flooding occur over here already. Let's see if I can get this to play. Yeah, see the water accumulating over here. A little bit on the left-hand side of that road. US 90 East. Okay, I'm not exactly sure. I think we're looking east there. It's at the very least raining. I don't see any major flooding yet. But that's definitely in the forecast for that area for sure. Bay St. Louis. Let's try this one here. So far, at least at this point, according to that, doesn't look too bad. The traffic closest to this camera is traveling westbound. I-10 at Old Gentilly. I think this is over by the Slidell area. Let's see if we can get back on this bridge. That kind of gives you a pretty good idea of the wind flow coming in. We should probably see white caps by now. Or if not, very, very close to seeing white caps in this area. Oh yeah, look at the camera bouncing around. I can tell that camera is pretty secure on there. And when they mount these things, like I said earlier, they mount them with hurricane and hurricane force winds in mind, because they're, look at this guy. What? What are you doing? Pay people, what are you doing on that road? It's 10:30. It's Category 4, about 25 miles away from you. Are you nuts? Yeah, I'd say it's here, guys. Landfall probably within the hour, just based off of what we're seeing here. And these are satellite loops that, in fact, let me refresh it, and it'll probably show it touching an area. Oh, yeah, that's got to be a landfall, right? It's an infrared view of the Gulf of Mexico is what we're looking at here, obviously. Well, I don't know about you guys, but to me, that's a landfall. At least according to this satellite instrument, right? That's the eye wall. You can see land inside the northern tip of the eye wall. One more time. Looks like it to me. If not, we are literally seconds away from a landfall. The black you see on there in the center of the rotations, convections, very strong. That's an indication of strength. Very strong. And usually very moisture thick. A lot of moisture, a lot of wind. That's a sign of strength. Especially that white on top of the black. Hurricane Michael looked like that, just so you know. I use the same exact instrument watching Hurricane Michael, and Hurricane Michael looked like that on satellite presentation. In fact, Hurricane Michael had even a little better satellite presentation with regard to that black and white area you see around the eye wall, but very similar. Very similar in nature, okay? I'm not saying this is a Cat 5. I don't know. I'm assuming it's still a Category 4. Either way, that's a very, very strong hurricane. Regardless if it's a Category 4 or 5. Yeah, it will make a difference. Of course, they're showing 158. Right offshore of Grand Isle. See that? And that's a recent... I just refreshed the page over at windy.com. A little different over here at Bench Sky. They're different models, different vary. You got, 5 different models that show 5 different things, They all read it, a little bit differently. Let me see if we can find something down in the New Orleans area. They should be seeing rain now. There's Bell, Chase. Okay, there's no cameras there. Okay, we can go up here. This is just off the Mississippi River. I don't see anything there. It's not a very good view. Trying to get a good view here, guys. I guess we'll try this one just for a minute. Seems to be anchored at least in a good spot until it's up on a pole, but not working. Yeah, you can see the wires swinging around here. Okay, we are in South New Orleans here, south of the Mississippi. So this area here is outside of the levee system. I think, yeah. It's on the south side of the Mississippi River. So this is one of the areas that, according to the storm surge map, possible storm surge. This is one of the areas that could see quite a bit of storm surge right in here. And based off of the track of the storm, you know, I'd say those estimates are probably pretty accurate. But again, they're estimates. They're going to change. They're going to be a little less, a little more in certain areas. Certain areas, they'll probably be right on the money, you know. But they base these a lot of times off the lay of the land, you know. If the area is a little lower below sea level than another area, then obviously gravity's going to naturally make it collect more water. So you're going to have more water depth than an area that's a little higher above sea level. Well, those cars over there are moving at a very high rate of speed. Obviously, the date and time are wrong on this one, but I'd say it's about as close to real time as we're going to get here. And this, again, is South New Orleans. Here's where this one's at, right in here. See New Orleans, right over here by Terrytown, Algiers. And, you know, the levee system goes around New Orleans that way. Maybe that's in the levee system. I'm actually not 100% sure. I don't think this camera... Oh, yeah, it works. Let's try it. This is on a bridge in South Louisiana called US 90 at East Bank. CCC Bridge. Looks like the date and time are correct. Yeah, you can see it's bouncing around. And that's a camera near New Orleans. See what we can find over here, if anything. That one's not working. It's not working either. Yeah, those cameras aren't working. And see, that's right at the area of landfall. I'm not surprised at all. Go up to Homa, which is in the cone. Not working. Not working. Not working. I'm not surprised. Okay, we'll try to refresh that and come back. Sometimes it does that. I wouldn't be surprised if they go offline altogether. Yeah, they're not wanting to work. Starting to see a little bit of flooding in some areas, but not much yet. See some water there on the road. Wow. So once again, it did miss the high tide. That's one good thing. Yeah, I'd say that's landfall. Right? Heck yeah, that's landfall, guys. Right there by Grand Isle. That's what it looks like to me. Yeah, I'd say that's a landfall for sure. If it's not, then it's as close as you can possibly get. Let's take a look at the Sims. Yeah, should be able to get it better visible now. Let's look and see. So yeah, it's updated. Look, see? Yeah, it's going to weaken after, about 20 miles inland after landfall, but weakening to a Category 2. And then remaining in Category 2. Are you serious? Here, let's look at something here. Hold on. What's it got the intensity at? About the same, 931, 47, 43. About a 939 average, basically. Okay, let's go here. It's infrared. Let's go. I want to go to. Yeah, okay. I think it's either at landfall or about as close as you can get. New Orleans, Lake Pontchartrain. Yeah, this thing's right on top of the New Orleans area. It's very, very close. This thing's going to unwind in, they're saying 12 hours. And this just updated. So we're looking at probably 6 more hours as a Category 4. Best I can tell. Okay. This is showing 12, but just being realistic based off of my experience with this, we're already past this mark here, so we're up into here. So we've already had some time go by. So it'll probably be a Category 4 storm for maybe, let's say, 5 more hours. All right? Just trying to be realistic. Then it'll wind down to a Category 2 sometime early afternoon. Remaining a Category 2, according to this, not me. I'm just conveying, reading, interpreting what we're seeing here. See how Category 2 is yellow? See how Category 2 is 4? Category 4 is red. Category 2 is yellow. Red line represents Category 4 strength. Okay? When it goes down to a Category 2, that's a yellow line and a yellow symbol. Well, that yellow line goes all the way up into southwestern Mississippi as a Category 2. So that would mean hurricane conditions from southern Louisiana all the way to Mississippi and into Mississippi this afternoon. Thank you, Shay. I appreciate that. That's very kind, Shay. Thank you. Yeah, so Cat 2 going, what, right next to New Orleans, the Baton Rouge area? Transitioning from a Category 2 to a 4. You can see it right there. This is the latest run. Look how close that is to Lake Pontchartrain in New Orleans. That's going to put New Orleans. That's why they adjusted the rainfall totals, because of how close the eye wall is coming to New Orleans. Looks like the eye wall is going to go right against New Orleans, literally. And it's going to be in that right quadrant that you guys all are very familiar with. That's the strongest part of the storm right in here. So, yeah, you can see the rainfall totals. Let's see if it's updated. Still the same. Look at that. New Orleans, Lake Pontchartrain, pink. There's pink. 15 to 20 inches of rain. And that's going to be obviously over the next several days, but the majority of that is going to be today. Majority of that is going to be today. Look at the heavy rain associated with this storm all the way up into West Virginia, southern Ohio, or central Kentucky. And I'm sure these variants are going to change between now and then. Going through Middle Tennessee, Clarksville again, Nashville. I mean, they don't need any more rain. Talk about brown ocean effect. I mean, if that eye wall were to travel that far, as wet as this area is, it's still going to think it's over water, at least for an extended period of time. You know, that's what that brown ocean effect is. It's the hurricane making landfall, and everything is so saturated, it maintains its strength for a while. But yeah, it's here. Let's refresh the power outage situation. 62,000 in Louisiana. Let's refresh it. 65,000. It's going up quickly, which we expected. It's not a surprise. One time I saw it at, I think the most I ever saw for New Orleans was 453,000, 458,000 customers without power. And I'll tell you what they've done. Again, I know this from experience because I've been in hurricanes, and other people can confirm this. What they do when they know a storm like this is going to make landfall, it's imperative that we get the power back up as soon as possible. I mean imperative. Because that slows down the flow of money. When there's no power, money, you know, it slows it down. Well, it can't happen. Can't do, you know, transactions at stores and businesses because they are all 100%, you know, dependent on some form of electricity. Whether you use cash or not, they still have to have a cash register to put it in. But they would prefer, you know, the electronic means. So there right now are assets positioned probably over here in the Houston area. I would say probably somewhere in the Florida Panhandle potentially, and probably in southern Arkansas if I were to guess. And what I mean by that, there are power pole linesmen, 2 men per truck in trucks, and there are thousands of trucks right now positioned in Texas, probably mainly in East Texas, and up here in southwestern Arkansas. As soon as the storm leaves and they're able to work safely, they will be in Louisiana and Mississippi getting the power back on when it's safe. They obviously can't do it if there's 9 feet of water on the ground. But there's trucks sitting there right now, and I know that from Hurricane Irma. When Irma made landfall, there were, right over here in the Jacksonville area, 4,000 trucks waiting to come down here and put the power back on. 4,000. Just in one area, maybe more. So they're waiting right now. Those guys were called in probably yesterday or the day before. So it is a high priority to get that power back on. Absolutely it is. What was I looking for, guys? I forgot. Oh, here we go. Trying to find a camera down here in Houma. And the Bayou Blue. I don't know if they'll work. No, doesn't look like they're going to work. They might be out, guys. I don't know. Sure looks that way. Again, I'm not surprised at all. Big, strong hurricane coming in here, man. Okay, here's a road that looks like it's starting to take on water. Let's see if I can get it to work. I don't know if it will. Yeah, you can see the water going across the road, right? See it kind of pooling on the road. 10:54 a.m., so this is current. Starting to see water on the road here. Water getting very stirred up on the left-hand side of that road. See if we can find another one. These seem to be working. Oh yeah, these are getting stirred up big time. It's because the storm has arrived. It's there. It is there. Absolutely. Oh yeah, that water's churning. Remember, hurricanes push down, tornadoes pull up. That's why when you see a water spout offshore, and you say, how did that water get way up in the air? It's because a vortex like that, like a tornado, pulls up water. Look at that guy. Look, there's 2, 3, 4. What? 5. Huh. You know what, though? No, there goes another one. I was going to say they all look like the same vehicle, but no, that last one definitely wasn't. Yeah, those waters are very choppy. Looks like it's going to be a Cat 4, guys, or it was a Cat 4. I think it's already made landfall. Or it's right there at it. I think it's making landfall right now. What we got here? Let's check it out. Camera is located in the median of I-10. I-10 twin spans at North Shore. Doesn't seem to be working. Camera by Slidell. You can see the road starting to take on water. I don't know if this will work or not, but we'll try. Yeah, it's working. Kind of bouncing around a little bit, which it should. Got a hurricane coming at. This camera is looking eastbound near Slidell. Slidell is on the left. Starting to see a little bit of water on the roads, but nothing compared to what's forecasted. Let's go over here by Morgan Bluff. Nothing there. And there looks kind of ominous. Nothing there. And nothing there. So far those areas are doing pretty good. But you got to keep in mind it just made landfall. I mean, just did. But that's not my call. I'm just observing from here. It looks like to me it touched land. Trying to find a view I had the other day. I don't know what happened. Maybe this is it. This one here gives a good perspective of the wind. I think it's this one. Yeah, there it is. That's the one I was looking for. Okay, Slidell again, up to the left. We're looking east. That car there is traveling. That's actually a squad car of some sort. See the lights flashing? Yeah, we're looking east towards Mississippi. So the storm is coming in from the right. It's moving counterclockwise above this bridge. Basically, this is the right-hand side of the storm. This camera here, as long as it will stay on, will give a good perspective of wind strength in the right quadrant. You know, you'll see a lot of white cap activity on the water. Obviously, the camera moving around, if it stays on, it's 10:59 a.m., almost 11 o'clock in the morning in this area, which is, I'll show you where we're at. We are right here. Right here. Looking that way. Right there. No? Yeah. Yep. That's Slidell. Yeah, we're looking that way. Okay. So there's where we're at. We're on that bridge. A little more straight on, but that's where we're at on that bridge. What? What's this guy doing? Are you serious? He parked alongside the road washing his windshield or something. Dude. Somebody get him the weather forecast. Holy mackerel. He seriously pulled off the side of the bridge. He's outside of his car. Just looking at my phone, guys. I'm getting some footage from Maria. Got something from Grand Isle where this thing looks to have made landfall. Or at least, if not, it's about as close as you can get without making landfall. And like she was saying, you know, big old storms like this that you know, if it does continue on like it looks like it's going to, it'd probably be retired. Even though it's not a Cat 5, usually it's not always the case, you know. Katrina that was retired. It was a Category 3, but Kenner, Louisiana. Okay, I'm going to try to find Kenner, Louisiana for you guys. Kenner. I have heard of Kenner. Look at that camera starting to bounce. Got a guy over here on the side of the bridge. Look at that. He got his fishing pole out. Huh. Got a guy decide to go fishing. Right in the middle of a Cat 4. Yeah, why not? Okay, Kenner. Where's Kenner? I'll find Kenner. Let me see if I can find it on the map. Whoop, that just started. See, that camera's starting to bounce a little bit too. This one's really starting to bounce. Okay, we'll come back to that here in a minute, guys. Let me see if I can find Kenner. Homa, these cameras went offline, which I'm not surprised. Surprised any of them worked, to be honest. Starting to see water there. See water starting to pile up down there at the bottom of that hill. That's the lay of the land. You can see it's kind of got a low point there, so water's going to go there first. And then naturally that'll have the highest storm surge total. Oh, here's Kenner. Okay. because it's lower with respect to sea level. Okay, here's Kenner. Kenner, Louisiana. Oh, for Pete's sakes, what happened there? All right, here's Kenner, guys. Somebody was wanting Kenner. Okay, there's Kenner. Camera seems to be working. And to be honest, conditions right there don't look bad. You don't see any trees swaying back and forth yet. And that key word there being yet. You know it's coming. I mean, the storm is just offshore, due south of this area. This area is going to be in the right front quadrant of the storm. And we all know what that does. So, or at least what they're historically known to do. So there's Kenner. Let's look for some other cameras in the Kenner area. Can't really tell much there. Can't really tell much there. We'll try it just to see if it works, but I don't know. Kind of an odd angle there, right? It's kind of looking down at the road, but that's at a spillway, BC Spillway at I-310. Current wind speeds, yeah, you can see this one here starting to bounce as well. Yeah, and these just kind of went off. Well, there's one that's still online. Let's work with this one or this one. Let's see. Let's work with this one to see what the camera's doing, because it's hard to find cameras that are still working. And it really hasn't made landfall yet. Let's take a look at the current wind speeds. I mean, these are wind gusts, guys. These aren't sustained winds. It's a Category 4 wind gusts of 158, which is possible with a Category 4, of course. Let's step it forward. See how New Orleans is just right on the edge? Kenner, New Orleans, and Kenner. You're right there on the edge of the eye wall of the highest winds. Highest winds are in the yellow. Look, at landfall, you still got wind gusts of 130 mile an hour. Homa right there in the middle, 119 mile an hour. 119. That'll uproot trees. Easy. So that's kind of what's looking like, guys, right there. That's later on today. I mean, right now, it's kind of sitting right along the coast. In fact, let's refresh this one. Then we'll come back and check power outages. You just know that there's going to be a lot. I mean, it's totally obvious. There's going to be a lot of power outages. Okay, there it goes. So I've got some footage from Grand Isle I'm going to try to share with you guys. Yeah, if that's not a landfall, I don't know what is. But again, I'm not the oracle of hurricanes. Somebody else has to make that call. Right there. Looks like it made landfall, right? I was going to try to share that footage with you guys from Grand Isle, which is right here by the center of rotation, the eye wall. Right there. Yeah, it's landfall, guys. It's on. It's here. So these outer bands are now going to start going into, if they already haven't, into New Orleans, bringing heavy rains, an onshore flow of water. These things, remember, push. Hurricanes push. So it's going to push water all up in through here. That's just what they do. And the bigger they are, the more they push. That's how it goes. It's just the laws of physics. You can't change that, but it's going to push water up into here, into Bay St. Louis, into Gulfport, Lake Bourne. You're going to get a lot of water, no way around it. Grand Isle, Homa, Bayou Vista, the boroughs, all up in through here. You'll probably see Pearl River blow backwards for a minute. Very possible with a storm of this strength. Absolutely, it's possible. There's the storm surge potential. In fact, I'll show you the actual potential. The wind speeds at landfall, which is right now, are going to be in the 100 mile an hour range, sustained, if not more. 150 mile an hour gusts, if not more, in a widespread area. But here's from the National Hurricane Center, not me. This is from the Hurricane Center. This is what these people do. 12 to 16 foot potential storm surge, right where it's making landfall at this very moment. 8 to 12 foot on the right-hand side of the storm, and that would be south of New Orleans and then Bay St. Louis. 6 to 9 foot as all this water now starts to come inland. It's just what it's going to do. Remember, hurricanes push, tornadoes pull. They pull up. Power outages went from 65,000 to now 76,000 customers without electricity in Louisiana. And it's following the path of wrath right there. See it? It's a catchy quote by Maria out of Alabama. Path of wrath, and you can see it right there unfolding. That's the power outage situation right now. Okay, so that's the path right now. Let's go back to just trying to find cameras that work, guys. The cameras down south don't work. I mean, we can try, but conditions just went. Look at that. Look at the water blowing across the bridge. See, it's arrived. That's why I stayed here. Look, there it is. Yep, we're looking east. The wind is coming from the right, blowing sheets of water across this bridge. 2 bridges. Oh, my goodness. There's people driving across it. Huh. I don't know. Are they aware there's a hurricane in the area? Somebody asked if I can check to see if there's cameras in the Norco plants. I certainly will. And I'll also look for Laplace. Guys, I have to take what I can get. I can't really be choosy here. Some of these just don't work. And in some places, there aren't cameras. You know what I mean? It's not like, wow, look at that. It just went to a whiteout. Are you serious? Absolutely. There's a Cat 4 in the neighborhood. Look at that. Holy mackerel. Okay, I'm going to go to the Norco area next. Look at that. That's what you call horizontal rain. Yeah, that's just classic hurricane. Okay, let's look for... sorry, guys. Norco plant? Is that what you guys said? Norco plant? And Laplace. I mean, I'll try. There's Kenner. See, a lot of these cameras do not work. Lockport. These areas over here could see a lot of flooding. Lockport, Matthews. Okay, a lot of flooding. Probably won't come for a few hours. It's not going like it's going to happen right now, but it could happen soon. Grand Isle, LaVille, Port Fourchon, Galliano. Just looking at some areas here to try to find, different cameras. Kenner, St. Rose, Bayou Gauche, Gaines, Matthews and Lockport, Raceland. Raceland's supposed to see a lot of water, but that won't be until later on today. Let's see all this marsh, that right there, and this right here where it made landfall. See, it's still going to think it's over water for a while. That's classic brown ocean effect. That's classic brown ocean effect. Absolutely. Okay, let's look around. I want to go back to Houma real quick, guys. There's no cameras at those other places. I don't even know if these will work. No. See, they're offline. There's nothing I can do. But I will try. Hang on. Give me just a second. We'll come back to that area. I want to go over to Mississippi real quick. So I'm just sticking with the ones that are working. I don't know how long they're going to work. See how that water's starting to get white caps on it? Wind getting stronger. Here's one at Kenner. This is right down by New Orleans. Okay, I want to go over to Mississippi real quick. I'm sure they're experiencing onshore flow right now. Looking pretty good at the moment. But these are just certain cameras. This ain't like this covers the whole area. This covers one small area. So far, what we're seeing here in these areas, based off of what I'm seeing, nothing drastic yet. This is on the US 90, okay? US 90, just near Waveland, Shoreline Park. But Shoreline Park, let me show you what Shoreline Park looks like on the Inundation Map, okay? Remember Shoreline Park. There's the rainfall totals, and there's the track. We know about the track. Here's tornado potential. Tornado potential. That's right in here. That's right now. Tornado potential. That right-hand quadrant, they are notorious for spinning up tornadoes. Absolutely. No, I think you know what they're doing, guys? They're redoing the inundation map right now. Huh. There's nothing on here. What? They must be in the middle of redoing it, because this whole area was covered earlier. Yeah, it's still under a storm surge warning. They must be updating the map. All this area, storm surge warning. Oh, all the way over to Mobile, Alabama. It's a big deal, guys. Storm Prediction Center. That's what that SPC means. I'm over here at the National Hurricane Center. This is all the data regarding Hurricane Ida. You just saw the tornado potential down here in this area as this thing's making landfall. Tornado spin-ups are very, very possible, very likely. Southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, even up into southeastern Mississippi. Very high probability in those areas. But the thing of it is, I know from experience, they don't always make contact with the ground. Seen it. Saw Hurricane Francis churn out about 100. And I think maybe 3 touched the ground. But anyway, there's the storm surge warning. I'll come back to that here in a moment. I'm trying to get a handle on the inundation map, you know. Yeah, it's landfall. Looks like it to me. It's 11:20 a.m. I'd say landfall occurred. Absolutely it did. It's making touching land. Could have gusts anywhere. Anything over 100 mile an hour, 100, 140. That says 157, but that would be an extreme gust of wind. I mean, 153, 144, 135. Just depends on where you're at. 132, backside 133, the left side 130. And that's around noon as this thing, you know, slowly moves inland. This camera here, this is at Kenner. This is by New Orleans. It's starting to show signs of movement. It's feeling the force of that Cat 4 hurricane. Didn't make it to Cat 5. I didn't think it would. It needed a little more time. It was moving too fast. You know, honestly, quite honestly, at 13, 15 mile an hour, you know, it didn't have enough time to. Now, if it would have stayed over that warm water right there off the coast along that escarpment where it's shallow, warm water, yeah, it would have been more of a likely. The heck was that? Likely scenario. Looked like somebody just ran in front of the camera over there. Can't believe there's people driving on that bridge. Huh. I don't know if anybody told them there was a Cat 5 or Cat 4. But yeah, she's coming in now, guys. It's coming in. Trying to find cameras that work over here. These down here by the area of landfall, LaVille, Golden Meadow, this is kind of where it's at right now. You know, none of these cameras work, obviously. Not surprised at all. Homa, trying to get these to work in here. They worked earlier, but I don't think they're going to work now. Probably won't for a while. Could be experiencing power outages there. I don't know. Come over here to southern Louisiana, southern New Orleans. These are off too. Might have to refresh the page. I don't know. Because some of them are working, like this one here. At least it was. We just got to take what we can get. Trying to keep an eye on this thing best we can. There's Slidell. Again, Slidell's in a unique spot. It's got rivers and lakes all around it. Starting to see it come down in sheets now. Probably start raining real hard for a while. Probably rain most of the day off and on. But the majority of the rain, and then they're talking, 10, 15, maybe 20 in some areas. I'm sure that'll be at the high end. But, 10 to 15, I think, is a real possibility. Most of that will come today. So that compounded with the inflow of storm surge, compounded by power outages, Trying these, I'm running out of cameras, guys. They're not wanting to work. Don't blame them. Surprised there are any that work. That tells you how well they're made. I can't believe there's people on that bridge. I seriously can't. I cannot wrap my mind around that. And there's not just one vehicle. Wow. Are you serious? Pulling a trailer too. I don't know, man. Look at there's a big rig over here getting ready to cross that bridge. That thing's 15 feet tall, if not taller. Huh. Just well be a parachute. It's going to do nothing but catch wind. Wowza. Okay. I'm just trying to find cameras that work, guys, just to kind of get an idea of what's going on as the storm makes landfall. These cameras aren't showing anything, What happened? That one just went down. I'm sure when the power goes out in more areas, power could have just went out right there. Obviously, these things need power to work, so if power goes out, which power is already going out, then these probably won't work either. It only makes sense. I don't know what this area is here. This is east of Morgan Bluff, east of Slidell. Can't really tell too much there, but it is working. It's one of the few cameras that are currently working. Let's go back down here by New Orleans, okay? See if these work. Got that one on. Just trying to get a peek at anything, Some of these areas could see a lot of... There's another truck coming across that bridge. Here comes another one. Another one. That's mystifying. That is absolutely just baffling. And you're talking to a guy that's seen a supernova multiple times. I ain't never seen nothing like that. Looks like that camera... Whoop, where'd it go? Looked like that one was facing towards the ground, This one's... You can tell they're getting some serious rain in here. Okay, this is I-10 at Carrollton. Not sure which direction we're facing. I think south. Don't know. I mean, it appears to be working. The date and time are obviously incorrect, but it does look like very heavy rain. Very heavy rain. It's kind of dark. So that's from the cloud density, the canopy of the hurricane basically blocking the sunlight. Big, thick, tall canopy. See, that camera's apparently froze. There's a view there, but don't know if we can see a whole lot. Are you serious? That is absolutely baffling. Look at all those trucks. Huh. Here's another one. Okay. It's your world. I'm just passing through, man. Wow. Okay, that camera's not working. I was hoping it would, but that's okay. Try another one. Okay, this is at I-10 Jefferson Davis Parkway. Are you serious? Look at that. Huh. 11:31. Time is, pretty much correct. This is in the downtown-ish metropolitan area of New Orleans. Starting to see a little bit of water on the ground, not much. Oh, this one here. Yeah, you can see the rain is really starting to come in. The cameras are having a hard time working, and you got to keep in mind, once the power goes off in these areas, I'm sure the power to these cameras is going to go off as well. So, not much we can do about that, It only makes sense. Let's just check the power outages, because that's kind of what that reminds me of. Unless these are working on solar, which is a possibility. What's going on here? Seeing some water on the bridge, but it's getting more and more difficult to get a signal out of here, which I would totally expect. Okay, let's look at power outages real quick, guys. As of right now, before I refresh the page, there you go, 76, 960. Here we go, refreshing the page. 86, 922. 86, 922. So it keeps going up and up and up, going up exponentially. But rest assured, there's trucks over here in East Texas, probably southeastern Oklahoma, western Arkansas. They're not going to be in the path of the storm, because that would be counterproductive. These trucks have to get in right after the storm, where they can get in that's not super flooded. But there's trucks over here waiting. There's thousands. Guarantee it. Thousands of trucks sitting over here just waiting to come in to get that power back on. And the power outages, the path of the wrath of Ida, are following the landfall, like they always do. Most I ever saw in New Orleans, or not New Orleans. Well, yeah, New Orleans was definitely affected, but it was 453,000, I think, customers at one time when it had a direct landfall hurricane. I think maybe it was Hurricane Laura. I don't remember exactly. Okay, let's go back here. I want to see the storm surge inundation map right here. Okay, I think they may have it up now. They were probably, yeah, they do. Okay, they were just refreshing it. Okay. It's good. They brought the totals down some. A lot of orange now, based off of the landfall. That's greater than 6 feet above ground. That's good. Lockport, Matthews, still see quite a bit of red around there. And again, that's based off the lay of the land. Still a lot of orange. Grand Isle, a lot of red and orange. I'm sure that's right in the middle of the eye wall right now, you know. Here's Homa, looking at a lot of yellow and white, which is 1 to 3. Some areas east of town. Is that north? That's east. East of town, showing a little bit of red, but, you know, again, that's the lay of the land. Slidell, looking at a lot of blue. That's good. 1 feet above ground. A little bit of yellow, 3 feet. So that changed a lot. Yeah, they just updated this like less than 10 minutes ago. So much better looking map than what we saw earlier. Did they adjust the peak surge? Left it the same. Okay. But I'll tell you, a big contributing factor to that, guys, was this right here. High tide. No joke. They could have been anticipating a high tide landfall. And if it would have been a high tide landfall, oh, rest assured, those numbers would have easily reached that because of the strength of the storm. Oh, easy. But it made landfall in between high tide and low tide. And that was a significant factor, totally. It's still coming in right now. It's not done yet. It's just getting started. But they have made modifications to west, central, southern, right in here, to the inundation totals. So not as bad as it was originally thought, at least for now. But it just made landfall, guys. So there's still a lot of rain to come. In fact, here's the rain map. That's anywhere from 6 to 10, 10 to 15, maybe 20 in areas. Who knows? Still a big storm. And it's just getting started. Just made landfall. I think the official landfall was somewhere just after 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock this morning. 11, maybe 15-ish, something like that. But again, it's just getting started. Haven't even seen any storm surge yet. Let's refresh this one and see what we got going on. Looks about the same. Looks about the same. Maybe we get a little more visible. See the stadium effect of that eye wall. Yeah, it's just getting started, so don't get too comfortable with that storm surge yet. It's just now coming on land, so storm surge hasn't arrived yet. But it will come. It's coming. It'll be associated with that eye. Remember, hurricanes push. So this eye wall is what's pushing the water in, and we'll push it in. So don't get too comfortable with that yet. So I can get these cameras to stay on. Oh, this one was on the bridge. Okay. Let's try another one. Let's try Seabrook. No. Oh, that's just the weather monitor. This is I-10 in the New Orleans area. Interstate 10. Here's Kenner. I had a camera over here, but for some of these reasons, the camera's facing the ground. Maybe the mounting bracket quit working. Yeah, several of these don't work. Let's go over to Mississippi. See what's up in Mississippi. Here we go. I think this is Mississippi. Yeah. This is the Bay St. Louis area. Starting to see a little bit of water, but not much because it just made landfall. So it's going to be an all-day event. Let's look at the power outages. 86 to 91 now. 91, 191 in Louisiana. Getting close to 100,000. That's customers. That's not individual people. That is customers. Looks like the eye wall's going... staying right on their track that they had. They're usually right on it, and it looks like, let's go back to this one here. Yeah. Looks like it's going to stay right on its course. The one that they projected for the last 24 hours hadn't moved much, if any, maybe a little bit, but same general area. It's going to have New Orleans just on the edge of the eye wall. Just on the edge. But you can see this thing's a large system. It's going to be a lot of rain associated with it. Definitely possibility of tornadoes. Doesn't necessarily mean they'll touch the ground, at least from my experience with these things. Hurricane Francis produced a lot of tornadoes that were spotted by people, and they were spotted on radar and did not touch the ground. So, you can expect that. But this is kind of where it's at right now, right in this area here. So the storm surge is going to be coming now that the eye wall is here. So all this water is going to come inland right now. Don't know how much. Could be a foot. Could be 2 feet, could be 3, could be 6 in places. It all depends on the lay of the land because it will push water in. There's no doubt about that. It just depends on how much. Nobody knows. I mean, you can make a best guess forecast based off of the hurricane's strength. And one thing that they never talk about, and I don't know why, is this right here. The tide. The high tide and low tide, that totally influences storm surge. Like right now, if it were high tide, there'd be a ton of water already inland. But the fact that it's, what time is it there? 10, 11, 40, it's almost 12. See where we're at? Here's high tide here. We're over here. Low tide. We're in the low tide cycle. Tell you what, that was a big help. Thank the low tide. You bet. Thank the low tide. I don't know why they don't mention that. Now, yeah, if this would have made landfall at high tide, totally different story with regard to storm, surge, inundation. Absolutely. But the fact is, it's making landfall during low tide, so that's going to help, guys. I don't know how much. It's not done yet. It's just getting started. But we'll see, you know. We'll see. There's going to be flooding. There's going to be wind damage. There's going to be power outages, no doubt about it. But I will say, that it's looking better. It's looking better. What we got going on here? I'm talking about looking better with regard to, 10 feet of storm surge. Yeah, it could happen in places. Depends on the lay of the land. But I don't think it's going to be as widespread as originally thought. In my personal opinion, you can thank the low tide for that. Absolutely. So we got some wires kind of bouncing around here. This might be one of the areas that are currently, I don't know. You would think if there was a power outage here, this camera would not work, right? But the camera's working. We can see the power lines kind of swaying a little bit in the wind. See a few cars on the road. Not many. This is US 90B at Lafayette Street. The closest camera is traveling eastbound. It's actually in New Orleans. And then, of course, it quit working. There's another one here. West Bank Expressway at Newton, US 90B. I don't know if it'll work or not. With power outages, I'm surprised that any of them do work, to be honest. Yeah, it looks like the ones down in the New Orleans area might be affected by the power outages. Yeah, this one here looks pretty rough. Let's see if we can get it to play. Not even sure it will. Yeah, no live camera feed at this time. Yeah, it looks like these are offline, guys. You know what? We can tell by the map. Well, no, this one over here is still working. I think that those cameras in the area might be offline. I'll tell you how we can check. That would be in the New Orleans area. Let's check for power outages. Let's refresh the page. 91, it just went to 92. And the area we're trying to get in is right here. And there are power outages in that area. In fact, 29,000. So that's right there is why. That's New Orleans. So we're starting to lose the ability to even watch it from this perspective. Yeah, these are offline. Not surprised. These are offline. But guys, it's just getting started. Now that one's working. This is on the far north side of the New Orleans area. It's up by Denham Springs. That would be east of Baton Rouge. Baton Rouge could see high winds because the storm is going to stay organized for a while, all the way up to Baton Rouge. East of Baton Rouge, probably more in the Independence area, Livingston. Probably go just east of Baton Rouge would be my guess. But it will still be, a hurricane of some sort. Might go right through Baton Rouge. I don't know. But it could be a Category 1, quite possibly even a Category 2. But it'll be weakening as it moves in, of course. Definitely be weakening. But it looks like it's going to go right towards Baton Rouge. Through Houma. I'm sorry, not Houma. My bad. Houma. Thank the high tide, guys. High tide looks like it's going to keep a lot of that inundation from piling up. It's not over yet, though. You got to keep in mind this thing is just getting started. It's just made landfall. Not sure of the exact stats of the landfall. Probably, Category 4. I don't think it went to Cat 5. I don't think it had time to get to Category 5. But we'll see. It's just now getting started. Way too early to tell. Here's another look at it there. Yeah, I would say, again, it's not my call, but I would say the landfall's probably official. Looks like it right there, just east of Grand Isle, or right in the Grand Isle. I'm sorry, no, Grand Isle. Looks like it made landfall Grand Isle. That's Grand Isle. Let's look at Google Earth. If it were up to me and they said, okay, where does it make landfall? Right here. Port Fourchon. Right there. That's where it made landfall. This area right here. What is that? Some sort of... I don't know. What is this place? See barges, boats. Looks like some sort of I have no idea. Some sort of factory. But that's where it made landfall. Right here. Port Fourchon. Around 11 a.m. August 29th, 2021. Grand Isle, Port Fourchon area. Now it's moving inland this way. Houma's in the direct line. That's in the cone. Raceland, you guys will definitely see flooding. It's just a matter of how much. Could be anywhere from a foot to, who knows, 3-4 feet in areas. Depends on the lay of the land. It's all what it depends on. And, of course, how much comes from the sky. If it slows down, a lot, then there'll be a lot more flooding. I mean, it can flood without storm surge. Heavy rain can cause flooding. We just saw that up in Tennessee. I mean, that flooding was unbelievable, and that was a lot of rain, in a 24-hour period. So there's going to be flooding, absolutely. But this is going to be an all-day event. But I'm starting, I can't get on these cameras, guys. That's what I was wanting to do, was just watch the storm as it made landfall, but it doesn't look like that's going to be a possibility. Yeah, see, that camera's offline too. And that's on the bridge, the twin spans. And that's off the bridge. That's over by Slidell. So it looks like the wind is starting to get the cameras. Okay. Can't do nothing about that. Cameras are going offline. Power outage situation, 92.6. Probably be well over a couple million by the time that's all said and done. But I'd say we've got a landfall, guys, from the looks of things. Somewhere in the Grand Isle area. Looks like to me it made landfall in the Port Fourchon area. If I had to get specific. But you can thank the low tide for keeping the initial contact minimal. Could have been a lot worse from what I have gathered. I would say Port Fourchon for sure. Then we got another hurricane. Not to change the subject, but I want to talk about one that's going to kind of walk the tightrope, so to speak. Check this thing out. Oh, now it's moving over land, so it's not going to be as big of a deal. There for a while, this storm here, this is Hurricane Nora. That's right along the coast of Mexico. It was, a couple of days ago, forecasted to go right up that canal, that big long body of water there. What is that called? The Gulf of California. Still going to come up into Arizona as some sort of, I don't know what that is. What is that? Huh, I've used this for a long time. I've never seen that kind of interference. That's weird. But anyway, yeah, this thing's going to sputter out here because it's got too much interaction with land. But there for a while, it was going right up the Gulf of California, coming almost to the southern tip of Arizona as a tropical depression. But you can see now all the land interaction. It still may make it to Arizona, but it'll be a remnant low. Might have some rain, nothing but showers. But there for a minute, it looked like it was going to go straight up that Gulf of California. Not going to do it now. That forecast changed. Got Tropical Depression 10 forming out here, or at least trying to form. That's going to look like take a path straight north. See how sometimes they don't always interact with land. And that one, straight north. It's not going to be able to form into too much because it's going right into a huge plume of sand. Probably a lot of dry air there, would be my guess. Yeah, see all the orange? That's dry air. These things can't function in dry air. They don't like dry air. So this is going to make a beeline to the north, but that's just doing its job. It's pulling heat up away from the equatorial regions, the tropics, if you will, pulling it to the north. That's what these things do. That's their job. So anyway, guys, I'm going to get off here. I need to take a little break. But we watched the landfall. Thanks for joining me. I hope everybody's safe down in this area. Remember, this thing is just getting started. It's just that I need to take a break. I wanted to watch the landfall just to see if it did increase to a Category 5. It remained a Category 4, which is a major hurricane. It's just now making landfall, still very strong. I'm losing these cameras, so I can't use those anymore. So there's not much for me to offer, other than what we see here. And I don't want to be super repetitive over and over again. But sometimes those cameras offer a unique perspective of these storms, other than being there, and I can't be there. But looking at southern Mississippi, you can see water starting to pile up a little bit. It's very early on. There's going to be flooding, guys. I just don't know how much, but there definitely will be flooding. Some areas worse than others. It just depends on the lay of the land. But anyway, thanks for joining me, guys. One last look at the power outage situation in New Orleans. Went red, just eclipsed 100,000 customers without power. Right now, looking at 103,507. And those are customers, and that number will continue to rise as we move throughout the day, as this storm is just now making landfall. Hurricane Ida officially made landfall today around 11:15 a.m. as a Category 4 hurricane in the Port Fourchon area in southern Louisiana. Thanks for watching. Have a super day, and be safe out there, guys.